Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to start our third section. Welcome here. Today we will discuss the third aspect of Professor Sousedík's philosophical project, namely the final cause of all that, I would say, which is Christian apologetics. And before we start, I would like to tell you a few pieces of information. First, after we end tonight, as you know, there will be a mass. It's about half an hour walk up the hill to a nice little church, and we will walk together, but just in case, there are some maps for you to take if you get lost or so. Second, tomorrow we will have a little hike or trip, and there are three possibilities. I've prepared three alternatives for you. They are described on that desk, so please have a look and decide and put down your name to whichever alternatives you like, or we can perhaps discuss it also personally. It's up to you. Okay. And last but not least, today is the last chance for you to write something for Professor Sousedík into that book, so I invite you to do so. Okay, so, and now I would like to invite Professor Michael Gorman, our third keynote speaker, who will deliver a talk on the topic morality, natural norms, and divine law. So, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, I just want to begin by expressing my gratitude for this invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. So the paper is called Morality, Natural Norms, and Divine Command. In this part of our conference, we are concerned with a vindication of the philosophical prerequisites of Christian faith. When speaking of philosophical prerequisites of Christian faith, one thinks most readily of natural theology, but I would like to direct our attention to a different sort of prerequisite. I wish to argue that Christian faith requires a certain understanding of nature. More particularly, I wish to argue that the Christian faith's understanding of morality and salvation require a normative understanding of human nature. I will organize my remarks around 5 theses, so these theses are on the handout. 1, some notion of nature is a prerequisite for the Christian faith. 2, not just any notion of nature is adequate. 3, a normative notion of nature, and in particular of human nature, is a prerequisite of the Christian faith, above all, as support for the Christian understanding of morality and salvation. 4, while contemporary efforts to develop a normative notion of human nature are promising, it is important for them to be developed in ambitiously strong forms. And 5, a morality of human nature can and should be developed in conjunction with a morality of divine command. Perhaps you are already guessing that I intend to talk about the approach to ethics that is nowadays called Aristotelian naturalism. That is indeed what I will be doing. But instead of examining its internal questions and difficulties, I will mostly be approaching it from the outside, asking questions about it from a specifically Christian perspective. Why is so-called Aristotelian naturalism needed for Christian thinking? And what sort of Aristotelian naturalism is needed? And how is it related to a morality of divine command? So much for preliminary clarifications. Let us now turn to the theses. My first thesis is that a notion of nature is a prerequisite of the Christian faith. The concept of grace, absolutely central to Christian theology, is part of a contrasting pair, grace and nature. If we do not have any concept of nature, then, in a sense, our concept of grace is empty. For example, if there is no such thing as nature, then the concept of sacramental causation will disappear through a loss of the contrast which gives it its meaning. There is no sense in saying that sacraments have effects that go beyond nature if there is no nature for them to go beyond. Or, for another example, if there is no such thing as nature, then the controversy about Pelagianism will not be able to arise, as there will be no possibility of contrasting salvation by grace and salvation by natural human effort. In short, if our talk of grace is to have any meaning, that meaning requires a contrast between grace and nature. My second thesis is that not just any notion of nature is adequate. It is not enough to say that Christianity requires a notion of nature. Suppose we adopt a strongly reductionistic account of nature in general and of human nature in particular, saying that everything that exists in the created world is pure physical matter with no free will and even no mind. This is pretty clearly consistent with any Christian worldview, essentially because it would mean that there are no persons or no created persons. So we need a stronger, a thicker understanding of nature than this. And that brings us to the third thesis. A normative notion of nature, especially of human nature, is a prerequisite of the Christian faith, above all as support for the Christian understanding of morality and salvation. This thesis will require much more elaboration than the previous two. In modern philosophy, nature is often understood to be a norm-free material substrate upon which values can be imposed. Think of Descartes' remarks about clocks in the sixth meditation. One clock may keep time very well, while another clock runs too quickly or too slowly. But both clocks obey the laws of nature equally well. Both are equally natural. And it's not really true that one of them is defective while the other is in good working order. We do call one of them good and the other one bad, but this has nothing to do with their intrinsic natures, but only with the values that we impose upon them. We desire the clock's hands to revolve at a certain speed, and it is only in view of this desire that we can call a clock good or bad. There are no defective clocks, only clocks that we do not like. David Hume, so often thought of as anti-Cartesian, is merely spelling out the full implications of Descartes' approach when he says that morality is determined by sentiment. It defines virtue to be whatever mental action or quality gives to a spectator the pleasing sentiment of approbation, and vice the contrary. End of quotation. A number of questions could be raised about this way of thinking about nature. One could ask whether it is acceptable to understand nature in exclusively material terms. If it is not acceptable to understand nature in exclusively material terms, One could ask whether it would be sufficient simply to add non-material principles, but this might give rise to some kind of dualism. So perhaps instead it would be necessary to relate the material and the material and the immaterial in some special way, for example, by taking a hylomorphic approach. In this paper, however, I want to raise a question about the normative element of the modern conception of nature, about the idea that nature does not contain or impose norms, but is simply that on which norms get imposed. As you know already, I will be arguing that we should reject a non-normative approach to nature in favor of a normative approach. The first thing I want to do is to clarify and develop the contrast between a normative and a non-normative conception of nature. Consider the magpie. The scientific name here is Pica pica. It's otherwise known as the Elster, or the Piebavard, or the Straka obecna. It's a long-tailed black and white member of the crow family. Now here, these formulations are now on the handout. Here's a non-normative description of the magpie species. Magpies by nature have wings. Obviously, this is not a complete account of that nature. It gives only one necessary condition. But this does not matter for present purposes. Here, by contrast, is a normative description of the magpie species. Magpies by nature ought to have wings. Alternative ways of formulating this normative description include the following. Magpies by nature should have wings. Magpies by nature are the sort of thing that ought to have wings. Magpies by nature are deficient if they do not have wings. Both the normative and the non-normative statements about magpies make reference to wings. They differ, however, in an important way. The non-normative remark says that magpies do have wings. The normative remark says not that magpies do have wings, but instead that they ought to have wings, that they are subject to the norm of wingedness. So far, I have simply set out a contrast between two ways of thinking about a nature. The normative version is clearly more complicated, and in the absence of any reasons for preferring it to the non-normative version, it might seem entirely artificial. However, there are at least two reasons why we might prefer it. First, there is an ontological reason having to do with categorization. Non-normative understandings of nature have trouble with categorization, and that is because they have no space for deficient instances. Suppose Maggie is a magpie who has lost her wings. Someone who took the non-normativity approach would have to say either that Maggie was not really a magpie, or else that being a magpie did not require having wings. Someone who took this approach would, that is, either have to exclude the unfortunate Maggie from the category of magpie, and indeed from the category of bird altogether, or else he would have to weaken the membership requirements for magpie and bird in a very problematic way. It does seem desirable to include Maggie in the category magpie, but it seems mistaken to do so by abandoning the view that having wings is an important part of being a magpie. The normative approach to magpie nature is not faced with this dilemma. It avoids it by including wingedness in its account of magpies, but in a modified form, namely a normative form. Maggie is not disqualified from belonging to the category magpie. she still meets the relevant requirement, namely being the sort of thing that ought to have wings. This can be seen as a weakening of the membership requirement, but the requirement has not been weakened beyond all recognition. The category magpie, construed normatively, still excludes snakes, for example, which not only have no wings, but which also are not the sort of thing that should have wings. A wingless snake is not eo ipso deficient. I think this ontic reason for rethinking natures in normative terms is important, and I have written about it elsewhere. For present purposes, however, I want to shift focus and talk about a different kind of reason for thinking about natures in normative terms, a reason that builds on the ontic reason. So let us talk about ethics. Ethics is about deficiencies and excellences of action and character. A central question in ethics is just what these deficiencies and excellences consist in. And a normative approach to nature gives us a way to answer this question. If we already hold that there are deficiencies and excellences in nature, then we can see moral deficiencies and excellences as special cases of these. One of the norms that a magpie is subject to is that of having wings. Similarly, one of the norms that humans are subject to is truthfulness. As failing to fly is falling short of the norms that constitute magpie nature, so failing to be truthful is falling short of the norms that constitute human nature. This approach to ethics is, of course, now familiar in analytic philosophy under the title Aristotelian Naturalism, with Elizabeth Anscombe, Peter Geach, Philippa Foot, and Michael Thompson among its better-known advocates. So far, all I have said is that it is possible for a normative notion of nature, of human nature in particular, to serve as the basis of an ethical theory. But that weak claim is not my third thesis. My third thesis is that a normative notion of human nature is a prerequisite for the Christian faith. I will now advance some reasons in favor of this thesis. It is possible to begin from considerations that are not specifically Christian. One could argue, for example, that ethical theories that lack a normative notion of human nature are internally incoherent, or that they fail to accomplish something that any reasonable moral theory would need to accomplish. If such theories are unacceptable in themselves, then they are also incompatible with Christianity. In this paper, however, I would like to focus on specifically Christian reasons for preferring an Aristotelian naturalist approach. The first has to do with ethics in the ordinary sense. Let us grant, for the sake of argument, that ethical theories that are not of the Aristotelian naturalist variety are workable to some degree, whatever that means. Let us grant, for example, that they are not obviously incoherent and that they give the correct ethical answers fairly often. Still, it is very hard to see how such theories can be used to defend the full collection of moral norms belonging to traditional Christianity. As is well known, for example, consequentialism finds it very difficult to accommodate absolute prohibitions, which have been an important part of Christian ethics from the beginning. As for Kantianism, certainly it does make space for absolute prohibitions. On the other hand, it is not easy to see how it can make good sense of, for example, traditional sexual morality. Kant does defend it, to be sure, but his reasoning has not always seemed convincing. To the extent that it is convincing, it seems to rely on a normative notion of human nature after all. So I think it quite likely that an Aristotelian naturalist theory, built on a normative notion of human nature, gives us the best prospects of grounding and defending traditional Christian ethical norms. None of this is to say, of course, that an Aristotelian naturalist approach, built upon a normative notion of human nature, is sufficient for Christian morality. It is necessary, but it is not sufficient. One needs not just any normative notion of human nature, but the true normative notion of human nature. And further, one needs to develop it correctly. But going into all of that is not part of this paper. It could be objected against what I have been saying, that natural law morality, or this kind of morality based on a normative conception of human nature, is not a prerequisite of Christian faith, because morality can be based on divine command instead. Indeed, someone who had become convinced that the modern, norm-free conception of nature was correct, but who wished to retain traditional Christian norms, might say that the impossibility of a natural law approach, together with the truth of Christian moral norms, shows that divine command is the best way to go. For now, I will simply assert that understanding morality exclusively in terms of divine commands is not the traditional Christian approach, or anyway, it's not the traditional Catholic approach. Not that this means we should reject the very idea of divine command altogether. I will return to this in the last section of the paper. Now I would like to give a second specifically Christian reason why we need a normative concept of nature. A normative notion of human nature is required for supporting the Christian notion of salvation. Think about what lies behind the traditional pair gratia sanans and gratia elevans, namely the idea that salvation takes the form of healing and elevation. These make no sense if we think in a non-normative way. Let us begin with salvation as healing. Without a normative notion of nature, there is no place for talk of being sick or being healed. But if we introduce a normative notion of human nature, then we can accept the idea that humans often fall short of what their nature calls them to be, and that this falling short is a real problem needing to be solved. Turning now to salvation as elevation, if we think in a non-normative way, if human nature has no goal, if nothing counts as good or bad for it, then it is hard to see any content in talk of how human nature can be raised to an even higher good. But if we introduce a normative notion of human nature, then we can accept the idea that humans can be elevated to a more complete actualization of their proper good, and even to an actualization of a good that in some sense exceeds or transcends human nature. And now for another point about salvation. I think it is part of Christianity that the offer of salvation will be attractive. The Christian proclamation is supposed to be good news. This makes sense, it seems to me, only if humans already have a teleology of some sort, one which the divine offer can fulfill. Unless I have hopes, nothing can count as good news for me. Of course, this raises a number of difficult theological questions, inasmuch as the offer of salvation is thought of as going beyond man's natural aspirations. However, I think the standard idea is that the offer of salvation goes beyond natural aspirations in the same direction, so to speak. It's a greater and better version of what we already wanted. Perhaps this brings out one way in which Kantian talk of autonomy can have a legitimate place in Christian thought. Yes, Pelagianism is a heresy, and autonomy certainly sounds Pelagian. But at the same time, human salvation should make sense in human terms. It should be something that humans can see as good in a human way. All of that seems hard to understand unless there is such a thing as human teleology and the fulfillment thereof. Norms for humans that are part of human nature itself, rather than merely imposed in a purely extrinsic way. All of this brings us back to the idea of divine command. One could say that human nature does not call for any particular sort of fulfillment, and that the call to conform to the divine will is, in a sense, arbitrary. God simply chooses that we should be charitable and rational and temperate, but he might just as well have chosen for us to be cruel and irrational and greedy. On this way of thinking about things, divine commands have nothing to do with our nature. They make demands upon it, but not demands that are fulfilling for it. For reasons that should be clear, I don't think this is a good approach, but perhaps a different sort of divine command approach would make sense. I have argued that Christian theology and philosophy need a normative conception of human nature and the sort of ethical theory that grows out of it. That leads me to my fourth thesis, namely that while contemporary efforts to develop a normative notion of human nature are promising, it is important for them to be developed in ambitiously strong terms. To begin with, the human good must not be too narrowly understood. In very minimalist form, Aristotelian naturalism could be taken to hold that what's good for humans is survival and reproduction, with actions and habits judged virtuous according to whether they contribute to survival and reproduction. I wonder whether any Aristotelian naturalist ethics has ever held quite so simplistic a view. At the least, advocates of this approach will think of the human good as including pleasure and certain forms of group activity. But even that is not enough for anything recognizably Aristotelian, let alone Christian. It is important not to stop too soon. We should not fall into thinking that the human good amounts, more or less, to living satisfied bourgeois lives. From the standpoint of Christian thinking, it is important to be open to maximally generous accounts of the human good, accounts that might upset our bourgeois lives, exposing them as shallow, to be open to the idea that our hearts are restless until they rest in God, and restless precisely because they contain, as part of their nature, an infinite desire for the good. The danger of falling into a too narrow understanding of the human good is especially pressing for us today because of words like nature and natural. For many of our contemporaries, it is true by definition that naturalism means something reductionistic. That probably explains the tendency, when one wants to move away from a reductionistic account, to move in a Kantian direction. Instead of understanding natural norms in a richer way, we understand norms in a non-natural way, understanding them in terms of disembodied reason rather than our natures as physical beings. But this separation of reason and nature forgets the scholastic distinction between intellectus and ratio. Humans are not brute animals that also, for some strange reason, have intellectual powers. Instead, they possess a distinctive form of thought, namely ratio, animal rationality, which grows out of the lower powers of sensation and imagination, and informs those powers by directing them toward the universal good. At any rate, we would do well to remind ourselves of the tension between two senses of natural, the contemporary reductionistic sense and the Aristotelian sense, For Aristotle, a nature is an internal principle of motion and rest. Aristotelian naturalism, then, is concerned with nature not in the sense of the physical world as understood by modern physical science, but with nature as meaning the fundamental essential features of humans and other substances. Perhaps, then, Aristotelian naturalism is a misnomer. A second point about being ambitious in our thinking about the human good is as follows. It is important to think of virtuous action as not merely instrumental to the human good, however capaciously understood, but also as at least partially constitutive of it. Whether or not honesty is the best policy, the goodness of honesty is not exhausted by its contributing to something outside itself. To be honest is already to achieve some measure of the human good, regardless of whether being honest also contributes to something else, such as trustworthy human communication and the cooperative action that depends upon it. In other words, human flourishing must be understood not just as something that results from good actions, but also as something that in part takes the form of good actions. Now I come to my fifth thesis. That's the last one. You'll be excited to hear that. The fifth thesis, that a morality of human nature can and should be developed in conjunction with a morality of divine command. Earlier, I stated that we should not adopt an approach to ethics based exclusively on divine command. What I meant to avoid was a way of thinking according to which divine ethical demands find no echo within the person on whom the demands are made. The requirements are understood to be entirely extrinsic and imposed in a way that must, from the standpoint of the agent under obligation, seem entirely arbitrary. One must act in such and such a way solely because the commander says so. I don't think that this way of thinking is consistent with Christian thought overall. Recalling points made in the discussion of salvation above, the Christian message is supposed to be a message of good news and salvation, and this makes no sense unless what God calls us to is, in some sense or other, a fulfillment of what we already are. So a completely extrinsic notion of divine command is not what we want. However, some other notion of divine command might be. Thomists will be quick to say that obviously there is a way of reconciling an Aristotelian naturalist approach with a divine command approach. To talk about an Aristotelian naturalist morality is to talk about natural law morality. And to talk about natural law morality is to talk about something that comes from the divine lawgiver. In a natural law morality, moral norms are based on human nature, and human nature is given by God, together with an inborn knowledge of the norms that govern that nature. I don't wish to reject this, not at all. However, the fact that we can reconcile an Aristotelian naturalist notion of morality with a notion of divine creation does not make it very clear why we need to talk about law. Yes, we are bound by norms inherent in our nature, and yes, that nature is created by God. But why talk about this using the language and concepts of law, command, and obligation? This is related to a point made in Anscombe's seminal Modern Moral Philosophy. One of her primary claims is that modern moral philosophy is obsessed with the idea that there is a special moral sense of ought. For Anscombe, many of the problematic aspects of modern moral philosophy grow out of an attempt to understand this special moral sense. Modern moral philosophers have tried to figure out what is special about the ought in "you ought not to kill the innocent," as opposed to the non-special ought in "you ought to brush your teeth." And they have, for Anscombe, succeeded only in creating moral systems that do not work. Anscombe holds that the special moral sense of ought is a holdover from divine command views of ethics, and that this makes no sense without a notion of divine command, given that modern people are very unlikely to start thinking in terms of divine commands. She recommends abandoning talk of a special moral ought and simply talking about how one ought to act in general. One ought to brush one's teeth, one ought not to kill the innocent, and so on. Anscombe does not mean to say that one must in the end choose between basing morality on human nature and basing it on the natural law of God, as if the two approaches were intrinsically incompatible. She does, however, stress that it is possible to have a morality based on human nature without reference to law and obligation, as found in Aristotle, for example. This possibility highlights the conceptual gap between the two approaches. So let us ask, why not restrict our moral analysis to human nature? Why not leave divine commands out of the picture, except perhaps to note, with due gratitude, that our nature comes from God? Why bother talking about law and command and obligation and obedience? I would like to suggest a number of ways in which thinking of morality not only in terms of the fulfillment of human nature, but also in terms of divine command, is required for Christian thought. One reason, as, for example, Aquinas points out, is that man's end exceeds his nature, and for that reason we must receive revelation of commands that go beyond the scope of what any Aristotelian naturalist could envision. Because the obligations here are known to us precisely through being commanded, we need to think of them using the conceptuality of law. Another reason is that humans are fallen, and therefore they sometimes are unaware even of moral norms that fall within the scope of human nature. To make up for this deficiency, God reveals these norms despite the fact that they are, in principle, knowable by reason alone. In such cases, our obligations are known through being commanded, and so again, we are thinking in terms of law. A third reason I would like to propose is this. As I have emphasized, it is possible for humans to fall short of what they ought to be. This is a crucial aspect of understanding nature in normative terms. But one important way in which we can fall short is by not desiring to conform to the norms that we are subject to, even to the norms that are proportionate to our nature. Sometimes our passions incline us in some other way. If I may be permitted to echo Kant for a moment, norms in such cases take on the guise of imperatives. It is not just that doing such and such is good for us, but that we are obliged to do such and such. Consider something as simple as eating. Eating is one of those things that we should do. Normally, however, we do not feel obliged to eat. We do it gladly. But if sickness robs us of our appetite, then this norm is contrary to our inclination, in which case we think of eating as an obligation or a duty. We eat under obedience. In the words of an old government-sponsored marketing campaign to get Americans to drive 55 miles per hour, it's not just a good idea, it's the law. When we do not want to conform to the norms of our nature, those norms appear to us as laws. So that is another reason why we need to talk not only about natural norms, but also about law, to make sense of our experience that sometimes obligation conflicts with inclination. I have been pointing out that our inclinations do not always align with the norms of our nature. In some cases, this goes so far that we do not even see what is good for us. For example, we do not think that sexual continence outside of marriage is good. In other cases, we do see what is good for us, but we are reluctant to pay the price. For example, we see that knowledge is good, but we do not want to make the necessary sacrifices. In either sort of case, the fulfillment of our nature seems like an obligation and even a burden. This is a puzzling fact, but an undeniable one. Sometimes we feel ourselves to be under a duty to become happy. Still another reason to complement nature with law has to do with subordination. Subordination is essential to the idea of law, and here I must disagree with Kant. If I am subject to law, then that means the lawgiver is someone other than me and someone superior to me. This is an important part of Christianity in at least two ways. First, it is crucial to see myself not only as called to achieve my own good, but also as called to conform myself to the will of a superior. To quote Professor Sousedík, according to the Christian understanding, human life consists in humble service of a higher principle that surpasses human understanding in service of God. End of quotation. And it's important to add that this truth can be a truth that we want sometimes to resist. There is something in human nature, in fallen human nature, that does not want to submit. Second, it is crucial to realize that my actualization and beatitude are what they are only as part of a larger and more comprehensive divine plan. It's not just about me. And there may be a sense in which my actualization cannot be understood apart from the actualization of the whole to which I belong. To conclude this section, it is not enough from the perspective of the Christian faith to think about the moral and spiritual life merely in terms of finding out what the norms for my nature are and then following them. It's also important to recognize that these norms will wear the face of obligation that goes against inclination. What's more, conforming to these norms will involve subordinating my will to God's will, and fitting the particular form my fulfillment takes into the larger divine plan. For reasons like these, we need to think not just in terms of our nature, even a divinely bestowed nature, but also in terms of commands and obedience. In conclusion, I have discussed the connection between the Christian faith and a normative notion of human nature. I have also discussed how a nature-based approach to ethics needs to be complemented by concepts of law and command. I have left unaddressed a number of important questions, such as the precise relation between grace and nature, and the related question of how infused virtues are related to acquired virtues. I hope at any rate to have given reasons for thinking that a normative notion of human nature is a prerequisite of the Christian faith. Thank you.
Thank you for a very uplifting talk. And now questions, David Peroutka.
Thank you.
I hope.
Thank you for your excellent, I would say, beautiful talk. And my question is: you have said that that there is that the inclination and and inclination and obligation are sometimes in conflict. So my question is how to distinguish, how to recognize what our nature requires and what it does not require, and what it rejects.
Yes, well, that's...
what are the criteria?
That's an incredibly hard question. I don't really have a good answer. Of course, one can always appeal to revelation. But of course, sometimes it's disputed what's been revealed, so that only gets you so far. But I mean, I think this is a part of the difficulty in certain standard ways of talking about these matters. Like, you know, at least the Thomists will sometimes say, well, you know, morality is very easy. It's just a question of our natural inclinations. But some people say, yeah, but I don't have those inclinations. I have other inclinations. And, you know, to be sure, there's got to be something wrong with that response, but what, right? So you can't just say, well, you don't have that inclination, because usually people know what their inclinations are. So I think that's, I mean, in a way, I don't have a good answer to that. You can, you know, well, you can, okay, I'll say one thing, but I'm just very aware of the difficulty in okay, the first thing is I want to say, I'm just very aware, and I think we should all be aware, of the, of how difficult it is to make these claims overwhelmingly convincing to people, right? Sometimes they just, you give all these arguments and they say, that I don't get it, and that's just a fact. All right, but what you can do, this is at least a start. And wow, come to think of it, this is actually, I think, an Aristotelian sort of idea. You can try to point out that certain inclinations, although in the short run they seem to be leading towards happiness, in the long run they don't. I'm thinking of those places where Aristotle talks about how bad people in the short run, they seem to be living a life that they find pleasurable. But in the long run, a bad man cannot be a friend to himself. He doesn't like spending time with himself. So you can try to argue that, I know that looks like a good idea, but you know, wait until you're old, you will see that you'll be unhappy and things like that. I don't know how convincing that is, but I think that's part of it. In other words, it can help to look at human life as a larger whole. But it's a very difficult question. Because anytime you say, you can say, well, look, this is what human nature requires. People say, well, I disagree with you about what human nature requires, right? So they can say, I believe in Aristotelian naturalistic ethics. I just interpret the norms of our nature in a different way. And they won't be obviously inconsistent.
Okay, Professor Blum? Thanks for this wonderful and very systematic presentation. By nature, all humans desire to know.
Yes,
and
I've heard that.
We know, I suppose that in this room everybody knows what I'm quoting. From this follows the rest of the metaphysics.
Right.
And so what I'm getting at is nature is, by nature, normative. Any description that covers the essence of something or the nature of something also describes the deficiencies or makes it possible to point out the deficiencies and maybe the reparation of it. So that is one thing I wanted to point out. And the other thing is Thomas J. Higgins, a Jesuit at Loyola in Baltimore, wrote his textbook of ethics by the title Man as Man. So for him it was obvious that that any ethics teaching has to start with understanding what does it mean to be man. And so from that question, I wanted to ask you, I didn't get exactly the point when divine command, that is when the norms that come from the transcendent, come in, because you could obviously say that everything that is included in ethics comes from human nature, including the desire to know, including the desire of self-referentiality, even the desire to grab for the transcendent. You could include all that in human nature, and from there you construe an ethics. What is the turning point when divine command comes in?
Yes. All right, so I want to say at least two things. The first is that divine command comes in to the extent that we're called to do something that goes beyond human nature, or something where our nature is elevated. I mean, here I'm trying to be very vague because I don't know the right way to answer all of the classic questions about grace and nature and all of those things. But that sort of thing, where it's just part of Christianity that you're not called merely to be a good Aristotelian agent, but somehow to live and operate on a supernatural elevated level. I think that's sort of an inescapable part of Christianity. And so that is going to look like command, I think, in part. The other thing I want to say is related to what we were talking about before. Sometimes we don't want to do what's good for us. And then what ordinarily seemed like merely a natural norm now feels like a command. I mean, one thing it would help, I think, so the hard case of when people just simply don't recognize the norms, that's an important case to care about. But it's not the only kind of case. Often we know very well what the norms are for our nature. Like just leaving theological stuff out. You know you're supposed to get out of bed in the morning, and you don't. And, you know, you feel bad, you hate yourself, you feel stupid, and you're still there in bed, right? So this is not one of these difficult cases where people disagree about the norms. But you can tell. But in this case, the norm of your nature it wears the face of obligation or command. So I think that's, and I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I need to think more about precisely what kind of conceptual role this is playing in the account I'm giving. One way to interpret what I'm saying, and I guess this wouldn't be bad, is it's simply you used different ways of talking about norms that come from a nature. But I think it's a little bit stronger than that. When you're introducing new concepts, you're not simply dressing it up differently to make it appealing. You're revealing a new aspect of the reality. But I'm not clear entirely in my mind about what exactly that new perspective is. But anyway, I think it has to do with when inclination and obligation are intention. Yeah, thank you.
There are many questions, so please be as brief as possible. Thanks.
Thank you for your wonderful talk. I have a question about the Aristotelian part of Aristotelian naturalism. Why not Platonic naturalism? If you read the Gorgias or the Republic, things like the Symposium,
Yeah.
those seem sort of maybe even more Christian friendly in some ways. And if you read Augustine, seems like he probably has a decent enough account of natures, but it's maybe a little bit more Platonic than
Yeah.
I mean, I'm attracted to an Aristotelian theory, but if what you're thinking about is what's required to be a Christian, then why not Platonic naturalism?
That's a great question. I mean, the answer is simply because that's what everybody talks about nowadays. So I just talked about it in that way, right? But that's a good point. It's Plato and Aristotle don't disagree about everything. On the contrary. Yeah, that's a very good point. Why not look at... Yeah, okay, so I sometimes think, this is a sort of probably extreme thesis, but I sometimes think that every ethical thinker is in some sense a naturalist thinker. Like even utilitarians, it's just that their understanding of human nature is so thin that they think it's all about pleasure or something like that. So, I mean, then it would become true that, it's just take whatever it is, blank naturalism. But I think thank you, that's a really good point.
Okay.
Thank you for your talk. So when it comes to obtaining a knowledge of the human goods, what do you make of the sort of Phoenician answer? So we don't have to be Aristotelian metaphysicians to know what's good for us to do. You know, my uneducated grandmother immediately knows that something like friendship is just good. There's an ostensive goodness to it.
Yes.
Now, it would be otherwise if her human nature was otherwise. So it is grounded in human nature, but at least in the order of knowing, we come to a knowledge of the human good simply by experiencing it as a self-evident good. So how do you see that as like a strategy for...
No, that's a good question. So there's a lot of, of course there's been a lot of controversy in Catholic circles about the Grisé and Finis approach to ethics. And there's a certain kind of Catholic philosopher who gets a lot of pleasure out of being angry at Grisé and Finis. I don't know Grisé and Finis's work well. Some aspects of it I disagree with pretty strongly. Others I think, well, I don't agree with that, but it doesn't get me upset. But the point that's the most relevant to what you're saying has to do with the question of how human nature and the norms are related. And I think that there are like different, I think there's more than one way to take their approach. So one way is to take it as a sort of ontic claim that the norms for human morality are not based on human nature, and I don't think that's what they mean.
They explicitly deny that.
I know, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think they don't hold that view. I think they think that there's a kind of epistemic independence, that you don't need to have thought through human nature and derived it. That's a much weaker, more sensible thesis. And I think, Aquinas says that people have a sort of innate, it's defeasible and stuff, but they have a kind of innate knowledge of norms. And I don't think Aquinas means that people, have a worked out anthropology and then like a series of deductions. Right. Yeah, so I think that understood in this more epistemic access way, I think the Finis kind of approach is it's much more compatible with traditional Thomism than a lot of traditional Thomists think.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Joa Klima.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Forgotten.
Is that?
I want to return to the magpie.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, to confirm what has been said before, nature includes norms.
Yes.
But let us look at what kind of norms. I deny that if your thesis is magpies by nature have wings, then Maggie without wings, according to this thesis, is either not a magpie or a magpie does not require to have wings. But the negation would be Maggie is not a natural magpie. And then we see that the norm of nature, which is introduced in your first thesis, because it doesn't say just magpies have wings, then we see that nature includes some norms of completeness.
Yes.
Now let us see, the way of Maggie being deficient is not that she is not a good magpie in the moral sense.
Right.
So some way the transition between the natural norms and the ethical, ethical foundation lies in the formula magpies by nature ought or should have wings, which, I don't know how much moral stress is in ought or should, it certainly is felt more when you're speaking about human beings.
Yes.
But magpies ought to have wings here means if they want to be complete, which is good for them, and not if they want to be good magpies in a moral sense.
Right. Yes, no, yeah, this is important, and I should have stressed this. The sense in which a magpie without wings is a bad magpie is not a moral sense. Moral good and bad only enter when you have reason and will. Now, I think it's a strength of the naturalist approach to try to show how these two different senses are both examples of just a broader sense of deficiency and excellence. But I think I wouldn't want to, and I probably overstressed, or I didn't bring out enough, and so I'm grateful for this. It's important to realize that when the bird doesn't have enough wings, it's not like a sin on the bird's part. It's not a moral deficiency. That's right. Yes.
No, I stay by the examples with magpies. Yes, you say magpies is by nature so and so, and then you go to another definition that magpies ought to be so and so.
Yes.
It reminds me, David Hume, is ought questions.
Right.
And am I right?
Well,
yeah. You solve by this way this is ought question.
Yeah, no, I think in a way, in a funny way, Hume is correct that you can't get from is to ought. But he thought that was because you were stuck with an is and you could never get to ought. The real reason why you can't get from is to ought is that when you have the is correctly, you already have the ought. So you can't get there because you're already there. Like none of us right now has a potentiality to travel to Prague, right? And this is one, yeah. So I agree that, this is quite relevant. But Hume is wrong. He's wrong for the right reason, so to speak.
Okay, so Joa Klima, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Michael, great talk. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, great talk. I agree with almost everything you said. I would only have one tiny proposal for a friendly amendation on page 9 of your paper. Thank you very much for the organizers for providing the download link. So, and that is actually directly connected to the issue of the sinless defectiveness of Maggie and the sinful defectiveness of a liar. Okay, here is the clause I have a little problem with. As failing to fly is falling short of the norms that constitute magpie nature, so failing to be truthful is falling short of the norms that constitute human nature. Well, if having wings is constitutive of magpie nature, then you could not take away Maggie's wings without destroying her nature along with herself. Just remember the Aristotelian saying that species or natures of things like numbers.
Or like numbers, yes.
The addition or subtraction of a unit in which varies the species, right? So that would be precisely the thing that you criticized in the merely affirmative, non-normative formulation of what belongs to nature. So instead of constitutive or constitute magpie nature and norms that constitute human nature, I would say that follow upon magpie nature and that follow upon human nature, or flow from. This is the sort of phraseology that Aquinas tends to use.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the point.
Yeah, thank you. So I think there are actually two issues here One is whether the norms literally constitute the nature, or whether that was just sort of loose and I should have thought of the norms as proper accidents that flow from the nature. I change my mind about that pretty frequently. But I'm not sure that I accept the criticism that, well, it's not that having wings, let's just stick for the moment with the constituting the nature one, but it doesn't actually matter. It's not that having wings constitutes the nature, or even that having wings flows from the nature. It's rather that being subject to the norm that you ought to have wings, that's what constitutes the nature or flows from the nature. So even if Maggie fails to develop wings due to a defect, or loses wings due to damage, or something like that, still Maggie is subject to that norm. It's a bird without wings is a deficient bird, unlike a snake without wings. And so it's not the wings that belong to the nature, either as constitutive or as a proper accident, but the norm of having wings.
Of having wings is something that is part of the nature. Yeah. Okay, so we agree. Perhaps you just want to refine the formulation there a little bit.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, and I accept the point about the nature versus the proper accidents. I held the view that it was just a proper accident for a long time, but I've started to feel attracted to the idea that you really should put the norms right into the nature itself. That creates certain difficulties, and it's sort of crazy, but
from the nature, and it is the norm. It is the norm that it is the nature that dictates the norm. That's fine.
Yes.
But the fulfillment of the norm is accidental. It is not part and parcel of the nature itself.
I think that
otherwise it would be,
I agree with that on Monday.
Yeah,
I think that on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay, well, last quick question, David Svoboda.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Mike, thank you very much for your nice paper. I may miss some part of your talk, and my question is, what is the exact relationship between the concept of normative concept of human nature and divine command? Do you think that we can derive natural laws only on the presupposition that there is a divine command, do not kill, do not lie, and so on?
Right. No, I don't think that. So I think that without divine command, you can develop a notion of norms that govern human nature. That's what you get in Aristotle. But without the notion of divine command, you won't be able to think very articulately about the supernatural vocation of human beings. And also without the notion of divine command, you'll have trouble making sense out of the experience of your inclinations being in conflict with the obligations of your nature. But I think you can say a lot about, a good amount about norms for human nature without divine command.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for such a great talk. Okay, and now our second speaker today, Tim Mosteller. He will talk online. There's a mistake in the program. It's not marked. So please, Tim, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I, too, as with many of the other presenters for this meeting, am disappointed that I could not be there in person. But I was hoping to meet Professor Sousedík in person and meet a real hero in the community of Christian philosophers, And so thank you and happy birthday from Southern California. When I was originally offered the opportunity to be a part of this and was offered a morning session, I didn't plan on it being 1 o'clock in the morning. So this is a little earlier than I expected, but I'm sorry that I could not be there in person. The last time I was in Prague, I got to meet another hero of the Czech people. I got to meet Václav Havel. This was in the spring of 1992. And so I was hoping to meet another hero of the Czech people this time. But next time, perhaps, we will meet and we'll be able to meet it in person. My paper is part of a project that is motivated by Professor Sousedík, I think someone similar to you who was in my own life. This is a professor named Dallas Willard. He was a professor at the University of Southern California for many years, a Christian philosopher, and he had a book that was published posthumously by some of his former students called The Disappearance of Moral Knowledge. And that book has as its project an attempt at the end of the book, after he kind of catalogs how moral knowledge has disappeared from popular, especially institutional life in our contemporary world. He offers a kind of an outline of how to reestablish it. And part of this paper that I'm presenting here is part of that project, to try and reestablish moral knowledge from within a broadly Christian philosophy. So the themes of this, when I saw the theme of this conference, I thought, oh, these ideas are right squarely in the line of what I'm interested in. So I'm going to go ahead and read portions of the paper. I believe, can you all see the paper on your screen? Is that visible? Yes? Okay, good. It's a little hard to tell from, from this end. So this paper considers whether Aquinas' arguments to the conclusion that goodness and being are the same really offers a fourth option to G.E. Moore's Trilemma regarding the meaning of the good. First, I'll offer a brief overview of Moore's Trilemma, and then consider a fourth option to Moore's Trilemma by arguing that not only is Moore's view of the good false under its own weight, but also that the truth of Aquinas' view of the good entails that Moore's view is false. And then I'll present a recent objection to Aquinas' identification of being and good from another Christian philosopher, also within the broader Christian objectivist view of moral knowledge, from Dietrich von Hildebrand, when he states that the notion of good and the notion of beings are not identical. I found this kind of interesting to see in someone that I also respect and have some admiration for on this project of establishing moral knowledge. And then I'll conclude with some reflections on the compatibility of Hildebrand and Aquinas' ethics. So first, Moore's Trilemma. His work in Principia Ethica offers a trilemma about what good denotes. And according to Moore, in fact, A, if it is not the case that good denotes something simple and indefinable, only two alternatives are possible. Either B, it is a complex, a given whole, about the correct analysis of which there may be disagreement, or else it means nothing at all. And so this is his trilemma, and up at the top of the screen, you should be able to see it's kind of in smaller font there, see the three propositions which Moore asserts. So these are P, Q, and R. Good denotes something simple and indefinable. Q, good denotes something complex, a given whole. Or good R, good denotes nothing at all, no subject of ethics. We'll look at the proposition S here from Aquinas in a few minutes. So his trilemma takes the form of an argument, and I've tried to formalize the argument here just to show that it's an actual argument and it's not just these three options. And Moore's strategy is to argue for the falsity of Q and R, and then conclude that P must therefore be the case. Although Moore seems to develop and deduce P from the negation of Q and R, he seems to simply assert P elsewhere. For instance, at the beginning of the Principia Ethica, He states, if I am asked what is good, my answer is that good is good, and that is the end of the matter. Or if I am asked how is good to be defined, my answer is that it cannot be defined, and that is all that I have to say about it. A few pages later, he states, good then, if we mean by it a quality which we assert to belong to a thing, when we say that the thing is good, is incapable of any definition in the most important sense of the word. So while Moore deduces P from argument M, the truth of P is already presumed by Moore from the outset. Further, assuming that Moore's arguments for the negation of Q, the open question argument, and R, one knows that each state of mind, whether it considers good, has an object, and that it is not about nothing at all, are themselves sound, assuming that Moore is right about his own argument, we can now ask the following. Is there a fourth option to Moore's trilemma? So I think a Thomistic account of the identity of being and good provide a fourth alternative. Consider this fourth option. S is proposition S. I'll put that up at the top of the screen so you can see the propositions there. Good denotes being understood as the completion of essential actualization, the identity of being and good. So now we have a new quadrilemma, four options. So let's assume that Moore has successfully shown that Q and R both fail, and thus we really need to decide which is true, S or Q. One way to do this would be to give some reasons to show that Q is false. Let's call that a via negativa for proposition S. A second way would be by showing arguments that indicate that the truth of S implies that Q is false. We could call that maybe a via positiva for S. I'd like to take a look at both of these strategies. So the via negativa comes in this paper from Dallas Willard's work on G. Moore's vision of the good in his Disappearance of Moral Knowledge. Willard shows that this strategy in chapter 3, and it's a strategy, if successful, it'll show the falsity of proposition P and allow the establishment of S by way of a simple disjunctive syllogism. According to Willard, Moore claims that to get a complete description of something that has G, where G is the name of a foundational moral property good, you need not mention any predicates of intrinsic value it possesses. However, Willard points out that if you omit any intrinsic property, your description of the thing in question is incomplete. And Willard goes on to wonder how any explication of complete description could fail to be question-begging. What would complete mean if it omitted the intrinsic value of a thing? Willard explains that Moore doesn't clarify this idea, but rather throws up his hands and simply walks away. Willard claims that if this is what Moore is doing, then, according to Moore, G, goodness or good, is in or of what possesses it in a way radically unlike any other predicate. Thus, it does not have that relation to things of intrinsic value that natural and metaphysical properties have to what has them. And Willard points out that Moore's view of goodness has a profound effect on Moore's view of knowledge, of the rightness and wrongness of human action, and ultimately on our understanding of the good itself. Willard concludes that the first point commonly raised against Moore is that the foundational property of his putative science of ethics, goodness itself, is a universal abstract entity that is not given to consciousness or cognition through sense perception or through ways constructed from sense perception. As I'll argue below, this is exactly what a Thomistic view of the nature of existence and the nature of the good as natural appetency does. We can see it in our ordinary acts of perception. But according to Willard, things get even worse for Moore. There is the problem of how Moore's view of goodness itself applies to the relationship of the quality of goodness to the things it qualifies and to their qualities in virtue of which it belongs to them. In Moore's effort to detach ethics from the sciences and metaphysics, he locates good at some quite problematic distance from its instances. According to Willard, the main issue for Moore is the problem with goodness itself, in Moore's presentation, is not just that it is ontologically and epistemically strange, but there's no intelligible account of how it, strange or not, relates to its instances, nor of how that supposedly necessary relationship is known and self-evidently known. Given these problems, according to Willard, the main question of ethics, which begins with what is goodness itself, clearly cannot be answered on the level of knowledge, or it is simply unclear what the answers mean. The picture More paints of moral knowledge makes it clear that we cannot have moral knowledge in most areas of moral concern. At least the idea of ethics becoming a science simply blows up in his face. Thus, More's analysis of goodness itself, our proposition P, that good denotes something simple and indefinable, according to Willard, quote, pushed moral values out of human reach, out of the world human beings have to live in. So far as what might be understood as natural and normal human events are concerned, those values might as well be nothing. Thus, More's conclusion of his trilemma, that good is simple and indefinable, removes good from the way things are, from things that exist, from being. According to Willard, More succeeds in a total shift in the subject matter from moral distinctions and a corresponding moral reality to moral language and its meanings. And this is Willard's view, the disastrous move into various forms of subjectivism, emotivism, and on down the line to the loss of moral knowledge in our contemporary world. This is a way of removing good from being, from reality, and making it a function of our words and behavior. Willard argues that More's trilemma leads to the annihilation of good from reality itself. If Willard's analysis is correct, then P, good, denotes something simple and indefinable, entails its own falsification. Thus, Willard's argument contributes to the demonstration of the truth of our second premise and our simple disjunctive syllogism. But we need one more step to demonstrate the soundness of the entire syllogism by arguing for the truth of the first premise. Namely, we need an argument that S, that whereas S is good denotes being understood as the completion of essential actualization, the identity of being and good is true. So this is this next section of the paper. This is where I get a little nervous because I feel like I'm, as we say in California, a Thomistic newbie. I'm very new to understanding Aquinas. I was not properly bred in the in the study of St. Thomas Aquinas. And when people started speaking Latin on the first day of the conference, I thought, oh no, I should probably be very cautious and maybe just try and talk about something that I do know, but then it would be a very short talk. So this next section here is what I'm calling 4 ways to good from Aquinas. And I'm borrowing these 4 ways from a short chapter in a book called Being and Good, which was edited by Professor Scott, I think it's Scott McDonald, and it's from Eleanor Stump and Norman Kreitzman. And I just, as I read through that chapter in my own studies of Aquinas' view of goodness, I thought, wow, there's 4 ways to good, not, to parallel on the 5 ways of Aquinas. So what I tried to do then in my understanding of the identity of being and goodness in Aquinas was try and sort through the arguments of these 4 ways that Stump and Kreitzman lay out. And so starting with the first way, what I'm calling the argument from desire and appetency, or ephiatai from Aristotle, I tried to take this passage from Aquinas and formalize it using standard Aristotelian categorical logic. And then I ran into this whole puzzle. It was one of these personal puzzles that sometimes you run across in philosophy, where you see an argument and you try and make it as clear as possible, and then it looked like when I was done, I only had half an argument. So I wasn't sure what to do. So I tried to make it clear from the text and then from Norman and Stump and Kreitzman's interpretation. So what I got out of this argument was on this first way was that Aquinas has a strong identity claim that goodness and being are the same, really. But in order to get that strong claim, it looked like 2 separate arguments were needed. And so that means the argument had 2 parts. And the 2 parts are something like all things in the category of goodness are in the category of existence or being. I'm just going to use those terms interchangeably, probably not the best way to do that in very precise metaphysics. But it seemed like at the end of the argument, all you had was all things, you had a proposition, all G or E. All things in the category of good are in the category of existence. But it seems like Aquinas wants to have it both ways. So it looked like he needed another argument for the universal proposition that all E are G. So the converse of that proposition. So I tried to parse out the argument using the text. I'm just going to skip over this part just for the sake of time. And I tried to get it down to this categorical syllogism that all G are E, with the Venn diagram looking like that. And at the end of that argument, it seems like Aquinas is just demonstrating that good is existence. But it seems like he wants to have an identity claim. But if you've got an identity claim, it seems you've got to have the converse as well. You can't get the converse of an A proposition directly from the proposition, so you need a new argument. So that would require another argument, which I tried to clarify to get you to a diagram that looks like what's on the screen here. That is G and E. The only things that are real are in the G. The goodness and the being overlap, and there's nothing else outside of that. So that's what I tried to. This could be a whole other paper possibly, but that's what I tried to do in that section, was to try and clarify that argument to get this strong identity claim. And this is where I think maybe the thinking about. This is one of the things that was on my mind from Stump and Kreitzman's paper, was the way in which they talk about the identity of being and goodness as in Fregean terms, in terms of a distinction between sense and reference. And that got me thinking about Suárez and distinctions of reason and distinction of reasoned reason. And I thought, well, maybe there's something to be said there about the Suárezian distinction and the Fregean distinction, and whether or not those two can kind of be compared and contrasted in some way. That might be another spin-off paper from this paper. So at the end of the argument here, the first way, you get all G or E is the conclusion of the first premise or the first argument, and then you get the converse from the second argument. And if they can both be established on the interpretation of the text, then you get at least a demonstration that being and goodness are the same in an explicit, clear, logical way, which I always take to be a good thing. So the second argument is from corruption resistance, and it's a little simpler. But again, I still think there may be some things in this argument that are straightforward. But also to explicitly show that they're related, being and goodness, how they're related, I think you still need two arguments for it. So I won't go into all the details on this. The paper's on the conference website. So if the logic is bad or my interpretation is bad, just let me know and I'll do my best to fix it. But if you send me a response, don't make it in Latin. It'll take me a lot longer to sort out. So the third way is the way away from essential or teleological fulfillment. And this gets us to another syllogism, which I think is fairly straightforward and gives us a focus on the teleological nature of being and goodness, as well as the completion of goodness and being as coextensive reality. And this, I think, is deeply related to the talk that we just had prior to mine about the idea of is and ought, right? Once you have being, you already have ought. And from my own realization of that just was really profound for me. And I think that any attempt to reestablish moral knowledge ought to really hinge on that. So the fourth way is an argument from aiming at being, from the Summa, and I tried to parse that one out as well. And this also gives us a kind of strong identity claim, similar to the first way. So the next step of the paper is to try and show that these four ways from Aquinas are sound. So I'll go ahead and read this part. Aquinas' four ways to good can be interpreted as clearly valid deductions. The four conclusions are nearly similar. Being and goodness are the same in reality, with the third way emphasizing the full actuality of being and goodness understood as identical in reality. These arguments are excellent tools in clarifying the relationship between being and goodness. However, none of these arguments prove that goodness exists, nor do any of these arguments show us how we know what goodness is. And someone might respond by saying, yeah, but so what? That's just the nature of deduction. These conclusions are about goodness, and since the arguments are deductive, there can't be anything new in the conclusion that's not in the premises. These arguments don't prove that goodness exists. They simply assume that goodness exists, at least as one of the premises in each argument must be about goodness. So what's the problem? Well, perhaps for Aquinas and every truly commonsensical philosopher, the need for a proof or evidence to prove the truth of a premise containing the predicate term good is simply unnecessary. For those of us living well after modern skepticism and postmodern nihilism about the reality of good, it seems that evidence for all premises containing the predicate good is a must. But thankfully, Aquinas gives us a way to see that good and being overlap. This seeing or direct rational insight comes in the form of a particularist epistemology based on common sense empirical evidence of being, or existence itself, and goodness that is identical to it. The hint that Aquinas gives us is found in the text that Stump and Craftsman base what I'm calling the second way, the argument from corruption resistance. In that text, Aquinas says several times, to be an act, therefore, constitutes the nature of the good, and by nature, the good of each thing is its act and perfection. So to give a justification for the truth of the premises that contain the predicate good in each of the four ways, one must carefully consider how we know being qua being itself, through direct experience of ordinary common sense realities. Aquinas' careful description of how we know being itself has directly built into it the possibility of direct awareness of goodness. Aquinas' views about the ultimate nature of being qua being carry with it the very desirability or aim-attedness that is referred to in premise 1 and premise 1 star above in the first way. And then in this next paragraph, I try and just give some details about how this works, and this is something I think everyone, probably those of you that all know Aquinas are familiar with. But for me, the most helpful thinker on this description was Coubertin's in his Introduction to the Philosophy of Being. Maritain also, some of his ideas there and his existence and the existent were very helpful. But what I think this does is show us that we can see through judgment that existence is essence and act or essential actualization, then necessarily, this is a really strong claim, we can directly see that an actualized essence is a perfection of a teleological completion, quote-unquote, desire of an essence with respect to its own existence. The essence of any possibilia has a desire, a natural appetency, a real aim-attedness built into the essence. Further, when that essence is actualized, the aim-attedness of the essence is completed and perfected just in virtue of its existence. This is something that we can be aware of when we experience anything that exists. When we're aware of anything that exists, we're aware of an essence that aims at or aims towards desire, its own existence. We're aware of the completion of a perfection of an essence. And this awareness of natural aim-attedness is what Aquinas means by goodness presenting the aspect of desirableness, which being or existence understood merely as essential actualization does not. So when we focus our minds in this way, this allows us to see that when we focus our minds on this way in which an essence has an aim-attedness, we can see the way in which there's a twofold nature of goodness as completion or perfection of the aim-attedness of any essence. First, there's the goodness that is present in the completeness of every act of being. We can focus on that aspect of actualization of an essence that simply is the aiming at or aiming toward the desirability present within any actualized essence to be what it is fully as a completed perfection. This is the essence of good. Good is essential actualization viewed as completion of the possible perfection of an essence. Therefore, the premises of the four ways that contain the predicate goodness can be established without the need for an additional argument. They're established as true by direct experience of the nature of being itself. Therefore, with respect to the logical validity and soundness of the four ways to good, those arguments themselves are good. So if those arguments are sound, we now have good evidence for the truth of S, where this is back to Moore, where good denotes being understood as the completion, Aquinas' claim. That gives us a sound argument for Aquinas' claim. And in section 2.1 above, I argue that Willard's arguments against P entails that P was false. However, if Aquinas' arguments for S are sound, their soundness also implies that P is false. For being and goodness are identical, then goodness has the same definition as being. And if being itself is essential actualization and it isn't simple, at least for things which are outside of God, and if goodness is identical to being, then goodness is not simple either, contra more. So not only do Aquinas' arguments for us show that we can define the good, because we can see through metaphysical judgment that it's identical with being, but his arguments also show that the good is not simple for created things. Thus, the soundness of the simple syllogism arguing for the Thomistic alternative to More's trilemma is sound in both premises. Is sound because of the truth of both premises, I should say. So this next section, I wanted to kind of shift gears and consider a possible objection. And maybe this is just an intramural debate amongst Christian philosophers of a certain type. And maybe I should probably, to make this paper stronger, I should consider other possible objections. But this is one that I've been working on over the summer. And this comes from Dietrich von Hildebrand in his Ethics, where he claims that the notion of good and the notion of being are not identical. And this appears to just contradict Aquinas' conclusion. So I wanted to look at this briefly and then just wrap up here. So Hildebrand starts his inquiry into the nature of ethics by also starting in a particularist fashion with the primary data of concrete cases of ethical experiences. Specifically, Hildebrand makes clear from the outset that he's restricting his understanding of bonum to the personal sphere. Instead of beginning the broadest way, with bonum est quod omnes desiderant, the good is what all desire, Hildebrand begins with desiderare, or desire motivation, in the genuine sense that it is as a relation that essentially presupposes a person, in the sense of a personal act as it's given to us in experience. Hildebrand claims that there is danger in taking impersonal things in personal relations and impersonal principles as a pattern for ethics, as it may cause us to grasp the nature of ethical actions or reduce them to the impersonal. In addition, it may cause us to overlook the ontologically, what Hildebrand calls the ontologically superior character of personal actions. But this seems to be an argument not against the real identity being good, but rather an argument to the conclusion that the goodness in human personal actions are ontologically superior to what Hildebrand calls the formal goodness of mere being, or being qua being. So what I try to do here is clarify what Hildebrand might mean when he says the notion of being good and the notion of good and the notion of being are not identical. So I think there's at least two things he could mean by this. One is he could just flat out reject Thomas's identity claim, or two, maybe he could mean something like mere goodness and mere being are not identical, apart from a personalist understanding, maybe of existence, but especially a personalist ethics. So in this next section, I try to examine both of these, and it seems like Hildebrand, if he does mean to contradict Aquinas, then he simply has to show that the conjunction of being and good and all goodness and being and all being and goodness, that conjunction is false. And he could do that by saying that some G are not B, some good are not being, and some being are not good. But it doesn't seem like the first of these options seems far less promising than the second. To affirm that there's something good is non-being would mean there's at least one thing that lacks being that's good that doesn't exist. That would require something being good without being. That just seems like a flat-out contradiction. So that can't be what he's trying to do. So that leaves maybe there's something that has being that's not good. And affirming that would mean there are things that exist that aren't good. And perhaps Hildebrand does maintain this, and he does claim that there are innumerable qualitative disvalues, the real presence in the world of which we must admit if we want to remain truly in contact with reality. It is Hildebrand's strong metaphysical realism that seems to be driving an affirmation of the positive being of disvalues, of things that have being but are outside the category of good. Perhaps that's possible. I tend to doubt that, but in his introductory study to ethics, John Crosby recognizes that Hildebrand broke with the tradition of Western philosophy that takes moral evil as a privation of the moral value that ought to be in a person. For Hildebrand, moral disvalues is not just a lack, but the contrary of it. And this seems to indicate that Hildebrand maintains something like some beast or something in being that is not good. There are existing things that are not good. If that is true, then it would be the contradiction of one of the conjunctions of Aquinas' arguments that good and being are the same in reality. So if it's not the case that being and good are identical as a correct interpretation of Hildebrand's claim that the notion of good and the notion of being are not identical, then the argument between Hildebrand and Aquinas would hinge on an understanding of the nature of evil as either positive being or a privation of being. Thus, to resolve this issue, it would require a longer evaluation of Hildebrand's rejection of the traditional Christian approach to personal evil as a privation. That's worth exploring, but again, beyond the scope of this paper. Suffice to say, that might simply be a longer intramural debate between philosophical realists who maintain the objectivity of moral reality and moral knowledge, but differ on the ontological status of evil. So in this next part, I try and show that maybe the way to emphasize, and I think I'll just skim this part, because Hildebrand seems to agree in some parts of his text with a value being synonymous with being, and I've emphasized a few here in the paper. Absolute person of God must be absolute goodness and beauty. The absolute person confirms the message implicitly contained in every qualitative value in a real being. So it seems like what Hildebrand is emphasizing here is the personal nature, essential nature of both being and goodness. Thus, when Hildebrand states that the notion of good and the notion of being are not identical, he's reminding us that we can't understand something like Aquinas' claim that goodness and being are the same, really, apart from the necessary essential presence of a person in both being and good. And this is not, this doesn't seem like something Aquinas rejects. I believe that it's something that he accepts, and in defense of the identity of being and goodness in the four ways discussed above, he assumes it. And that's to be expected. For Aquinas, writing in an age when special revelation was at least at least you could post the 10 Commandments in the schools, let me just put it that way. For Hildebrand, however, writing in the mid-20th century after 700 years of decline in philosophical reflection away from the necessary and essential relation of a personal God and his necessary and essential relation between being and goodness, there's a need for this blunt personalist reminder, Christian personalist reminder. Thus, we can only make sense of the relation between goodness and being with reference to a person, namely him in whom we live and move and have our being. In the early 21st century, that reminder is especially important as we not only live in a cultural and philosophical zeitgeist that rejects revealed theology, but also natural theology, along with the very notions of objective truth, being, goodness, and value. Hildebrand's personalism in both metaphysics and ethics may supplement and advance Aquinas' recognition of the strong identity between being and good. By a personalist answer to Willard's intention question, which is the question of what is goodness, it's part of Willard's project of restoring moral knowledge, will have an important framework by means of which to consider good persons as a central subject of moral theory, according to Willard, which, following Hildebrand, can give us knowledge from concrete datum of experience and has the advantage of not proceeding from theories nor attributes or plans we've adopted, but from the details of the particular case and situation, from the immediate relation to persons in concrete situations. I just think that Aquinas' metaphysics of the identity of being and goodness has to be there from the beginning, or the personalist project, I think, will fail. If the appearance of moral knowledge began in earnest with More's trilemma, if the disappearance of moral knowledge began in earnest with More's trilemma, perhaps a robust Christian personalist ontology of goodness relying on Thomistic metaphysics can contribute to the reappearance of moral knowledge, and maybe even in our lifetime. This is one of the kind of things that you just never know. I think of having the possibility of this conference, say 60 years ago. In Prague, with this technology, just the tech alone, but just the freedoms that are in Prague now, that would have been impossible 60 years ago. Who knows? Maybe in 60 years, people will be wondering, why didn't we recognize the the reality of moral knowledge along the lines of a Christian metaphysics following the Scholastics. Perhaps that'll be the zeitgeist, and as the result of long, hard work like Professor Sousedík and those of us who try and follow in the footsteps of those we've learned a great deal from. Thank you.
Are there some quick questions? Yes.
Hey, thanks for the paper. I had a question about. It's not clear to me that S is actually a fourth member of the quadrilemma. It's actually just an instance of Q. Because it seems like P, Q, and R are, at least on a certain interpretation, are exhaustive. Because good either denotes something that's like undefinable, like you can give an account of it, you can't give an account of it, or there's no account at all. And that seems to be exhaustive. And also, like, if you think the open question argument works, it's also going to work against S, because it seems like you could sensibly ask the Thomist, hey, I know you say that being understood as the completion of essential actualization is goodness, but is that good? And this is somewhat unfair of an objection to you, I think, just because the open question argument is so confused. But it does seem like by Moore's lights it would be part of Q, or an instance of Q. So I was wondering what you would think about that.
Yeah, that's a. I think that's a really good question. Yeah, so I guess probably the way I'd want to try and answer that is by showing that when we are aware in an act of ordinary sense perception of the nature of being, if that process works of the process of abstraction and then judgment, that being is what I'm calling here, and this is probably not the right terminology, but essential actualization, essence and act. Essay, I think, is the shortened version of that. That's not something about which we can disagree. That's just a simple given in any ordinary act of human perception. It might be a given whole, and perhaps we can call it complex, but it's almost like a necessary reality. So I think probably Q, the way that Moore understands it, and this might be just my not thorough understanding of what Moore means by Q, but it seems like what Moore means by this is something along the lines of not a necessary metaphysical reality, but something like in the natural, or maybe pleasure or something like that. That's something, and I don't want to use the term natural given the talk we just had right before mine, but something like that. And if that's right, then I think that that the arguments that Moore raises against Q won't apply to S. But I don't know. That's the way I'd try to answer that question, but maybe I'm just mistaken off on this, but that's how I tried to do it.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't hear on that one. I can't hear on that one.
I was just saying, I think one of the problems is that I'm not sure Moore knows what he means by Q. So, but yeah, thanks.
Yeah, maybe so. But thank you for that question. This is my first time presenting the Moore part of this paper. There's some other parts of the paper I'd done before, but yeah. So thank you. I've got some more work to do on it.
Okay, Philip.
Thanks so much. So I want to ask just a clarificatory question. I love the project of engaging with Moore, and especially the project of engaging with Hildebrand. At the end of section 2, and then sort of moving on throughout the paper, you sort of went back and forth between talking about the identity of being in goodness and the identity of the notions of being in goodness.
Right.
And so the text that I have in mind is from the Summa Theologiae Prima Pars, question 5, article 1, where he's talking about goodness. And there he makes this point that that good adds notionally to the notion of being appetibility or conformity to the will, and he makes this further clarification that that what we call being full stop and what we call goodness in some respect are the things that are, in his language, convertible. And so it seems to me like from an analytic perspective, what we would say there is that for him, being simpliciter and goodness secundum quid, right, or in a certain respect, those are extensionally and intentionally equivalent, but they're hyper-intentionally not equivalent. And so I'm just wondering, given the extensional, intentional, and hyper-intentional distinction, when you talk about identity, which do you mean?
If it weren't 2 in the morning, I could probably give a good answer. I'd like to say that's what I'd like to beg off and just say it's really, really early, late at night. I want to go with the strong identity claim. Like being and good, like are identical in reality, but differ by either, like in that Fregean sense from Stump and Kreutzmann in sense and reference, or probably better as a distinction, some kind of a distinction of reason. That they're different. They would be the same. And so I don't think I engaged with the passage that you mentioned regarding the will. But that would probably be one that I should track down and try and incorporate. But I'd want to try and stick with the strong identity claim that the being and good are one, and how to understand that or clarify that with respect to the kind of way in which goodness is described as a second kind of thing. That maybe the way to interpret that would be something like, well, and this is probably from the order of our experience, perhaps, that when I'm aware of something, I'm aware of its being, and then I'm aware of its good, understood in a certain way. So that's why I think where Coubertin's helped me with this quite a bit by showing that the direct awareness of something in sense perception gives me, by a couple of steps, I have to work through it, a direct awareness of the nature of being. And that's first. And then the next step is to think, okay, well, let me think about this a little bit more. And then I start to see the goodness part of it, or being understood as good. But I'd want to try and stick with that strong identity claim. So I don't know if that helps. I might not have answered your question.
Okay, thank you. One last very quick question, please.
Perhaps, here in this case, it would help, this so-called transcendental deductions in Aquinas De Veritate 1:1. You have all these 5 transcendentals, and there is one just so-called absolute transcendental property, which is res and unum, and then you have these 2 relational transcendental properties, namely bonum and verum, or verum at first and then bonum. So you have this. And of course, there is a debate in scholastic philosophy about these kind of distinctions between ends, and these transcendental relational properties, So of course, they cannot be, beings of reason. So they cannot have the status of being of reason. So there must be a foundations in a thing. So I would assume, as you said, that there must be, these distinctions of reason in the thing.
Yes, I agree with that, and that's where again I've got more work to do thinking about this, and some of the neo-scholastics. I think this is where this conference, learning, especially the opening plenary address, was very helpful in getting me thinking about the need to revisit the scholastics who follow Aquinas after Aquinas. So,
okay, thank you very much. Now, a coffee break. I suggest that we meet. Can we make it at 11:05? Yes. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. Our next speaker is Michal Chabada from Slovakia. So, please, floor is ours.
Thank you, Lukáš. So, dear colleagues and speaker before me, so what I should say. So, dear colleagues, it's an honor for me to be here and to celebrate the jubilee of Professor Sousedík, distinguished philosopher and personality. I would like to present in my lecture main features important for the relationship between the goodness, the nature, and the norm, according to Philippa and Thomas Aquinas. The discussion about these topics is limited by 2 points that were a target of criticism of Philippa Foot in her book Natural Goodness. The first is Moore, with his conception of good as basic, unique, undefinable and non-natural quality, which is accessible through moral intuition. And second, emotivism. According to emotivism, moral judgments, they are neither normative nor analytic, nor scientifically or empirically verifiable. They are devoid of meaning. According to Hume and Ayer, moral judgments convey feelings, cannot be true or false. And semantic status of moral judgments is the meaning of interjections. The common features of these both approaches are antinaturalistic positions, cognitivist or no cognitivist, and they accept the fact-value dichotomy, is and out dichotomy, and they argue for the autonomy of ethics. In my lecture, I will proceed in these steps. First, I reconstruct the both approaches of Foot and Aquinas in 3 points. First is the concept of good or goodness, according to Foot and Aquinas. Second, goodness and nature, especially human nature, Foot and Aquinas. And third, practical rationality and moral norm, according to Foot and Aquinas. I will show some similarities between both approaches, but the main goal of my article is to present the place of Aquinas in meta-ethical discussions, because I am in the section for Christian apologetics. So first, concept of good by Philippa Foot. Foot shares the view of Peter Geach, who've made the distinction between predicative and attributive adjectives. Predicative adjective characterizes an object independent on the type or sort of object involved. X is a red car can be meaningfully broken into X is a car and X is red. Attributive adjective characterizes dependent on the sort of thing it is describing. Y is a big fly cannot be meaningfully broken into Y is a fly and Y is big. So, Foot shares the view of Peter Geach and says good is an attributive adjective. I quote from Foot, whether a particle F is a good F depends radically on what we substitute for F. When we are speaking about good, we are speaking about good qua F. This position is directed against predicative or univocal meaning of good, what is against Moore, and it is also directed against non-cognitivism and subjectivism in ethics. Concept of good by Aquinas. According to Aquinas, good is one of the first concepts, transcendental, undefinable, and with being convertible. They have same extension, but the different intention. They are not synonym. So good doesn't add to the being anything real. Good conveys to the being the property of desirability. We can say good is a relational, transcendental concept. The thing is desired because it is good. Goodness is a term for the actualization and movement of the appetites and its inclinations, sensitive or rational. If no other independently existing entity is denoted by good, extension is the same, intention is different, it doesn't exist ontological gap between facts and values. The good, like the being, is analogically predicated, so the meaning is distributed in various meanings, different kinds of meaning. In the center is a focal meaning, substance, and related meanings. So we cannot reduce the meaning of good or goodness to one, also natural meaning. So the first similarity is between analogical predication and attributive adjective. X is good means X is good as F. But if it is correct, this similarity is a matter of another analysis. So Foot and Aquinas don't defend analytic naturalism because analytic naturalists are semantic reductionists, and by Foot and Aquinas we have no semantic reduction of goodness. The second point, goodness and nature, especially human nature, by Philippa Foot. The basic and common starting point by Foot and Aquinas is Aristotle. The good of being X being must have something to do with being X. It is connected with argument or argument from function. Good knife is knife which cut sharply. So we should take into account the nature of knives. If good depends on the sort of object, it doesn't express a pro-attitude, recommendation, mental or emotional state. The nature is a ground for the objectivity of values or values judgments. Foot distinguishes the primary and secondary good. Secondary or external good means evaluation in relationship to members of species other than their own. For example, good cow is in secondary or eternal goodness good when it gives a lot of milk, serves the needs of its owner. But primary, intrinsic or natural good has nothing to do with needs of members of any other species. It depends directly on the relation to the life form of its species. Good cow, it's cow which flourishes according to nature. For example, has a physical constitution, typical behavioral life habits. So the primary natural goodness is expressed in self-preservation and reproduction or in life cycle of individuals of a given species. Natural goodness is basal and essential to the secondary or extrinsic goodness. For example, in order to gain more milk, we need to know what a cow is, know its life form and intrinsic goals. The life form, or specific life form, is expressed in natural historical judgments. They talk of the life cycle of individuals of a given species. Natural historical judgments are general statements, but its generality is not quantified generality. Logical form of these judgments is the S is, has, does, F. This logical form represents the theological nexus of movements and states given the ultimate goal. It's a specifically good life, or good life as a member of specific life form. Natural historical judgments not only make explicit a species or life form, they demonstrate patterns of natural normativity. They enable to determine the natural quality or make evaluation. So determine the natural quality or defect of the example of the life form, or make evaluation about natural goodness or badness. For example, we have the first general premise is a true descriptive natural historical judgment. Bees announce the finding of the source of nectar by dancing. The second premise, this bee has found a source and is not dancing. So we have two descriptive premises, but the conclusion is normative or prescriptive. This bee is naturally defective or bad example of the species. It isn't how it ought to be. So we have a logical framework or special grammar of evaluative judgments valid for all living beings. Nature or specific life form serves as a standard for determining natural goodness or badness of individuals of the species. So if we can judge that S of form F is naturally defective or bad, we are able to judge what is naturally good or bad for S of form F. So we can determine good for, or called Aristotelian necessities, on which the realization of the natural goodness of the individual depends. For example, cows to fulfill their natural goodness, grow and reproduce, need good grass. So Aristotelian necessities are the sum of needs to flourish, or the sum of all other goods that are in some way theologically related to the primary good. So we have a problem with the transition to human persons because the problem is a biological constitution of man. In which way it is present or is important to determine human nature. Aristotle can help us. So the good of a human being must have something to do with being human. What is this being human? It's our capacity to guide ourselves by reason. If we use reason well, we live well as human beings. So if good is qua F, it means sort of dependent. What is a human nature according to which X, an individual, is its good or bad instance? And what role does biology play in determining human nature? Human goodness is, according to Food, not necessarily related to the biological cycle of self-preservation and reproduction. People are capable to sacrifice their life for true. Some other components of the life, like work requirements or the belief, also faith, may justify a rejection of family life. Food concludes, human good is sui generis. It concerns primarily the goodness or defect of the rational will or practical rationality. So rational will or practical rationality is, according to Food, human life form. This life form contains intrinsic standards for determining if individual is good or defective exemplar of the form. Act free, so there are two main aspects. It's act freely and on reason, or self-conscious status and the conceptual space of reason are manifestations of intrinsic quality of the human life form. In one of these aspects is missing, the individual is a defective example of human nature. So quality or defect of rational will or practical rationality, it's a natural quality or defect, is according to food identical with moral quality or defect. What is quality or defect of a person's character? The question remains, what kind of naturalism do we have with food? And to what extent is her conception Aristotelian? How looks the relationship between goodness and nature, especially human nature, according to Aquinas? As we said, meaning of good means or is desirability, the term for the movement of the appetites and its inclinations. So we have to inquire the human nature. The human nature is dynamic structure with natural inclinations. They are fundamental roots of all activities and manifestations of basic human goods. Aquinas distinguishes three natural inclinations: substantial, preservation of one's being or existence, generic, common for animals and humans, like reproduction and upbringing of offspring, and specific, derived from rationality, now the true, also true about God, life in society, communication and cooperation. To specify human nature, we can apply ergon argument, because such an understanding of human nature is broad and sometimes unclear. It is a tension between the biological and rational aspect of the human nature. So, ergon argument is the good of a human being have to do with being human. What is a being human according to Aquinas? Using reason well. We live well as human beings when we are using reason. In this case, Aquinas makes important distinction between actus hominis, actus humanus. So actus humanus, acts of reason and will, are essential for human beings. So to be a good example of human nature is the same to act freely and rationally or in space of grounds. The natural inclinations are counters of goals. Natural goods are not el ipso moral, but the moral articulation is a task of practical reason. Human nature is source of the objectivity of moral values, but must be recognized by practical reason. Similarity between food and Aquinas are obvious. For example, natural inclination plays quite same role like Aristotelian necessities, on which depend the achievement of the good human life. But the core is a practical rationality. Through the acceptance by the practical reason are the goods of natural inclination morally good. Natural goodness is sometimes identical with moral goodness, sometimes not. We need to clarify the notion of practical rationality because food criticizes Hume and his understanding of practical rationality as an instrumental rationality that is independent of objective good, only subjective goods, what the desires will. Is practical rationality compatible with the instrumental rationality? Foot asked with Warren Quinn, when yes, what then would be so important about practical rationality? Foot says that the instrumental rationality is a part of practical rationality. It is as calculus. But practical rationality is not only instrumental, but its significance lies in the fact that it is focused on good. Moral goodness is not identical with desires as wishes, but what we see as good. And does exist objective goodness. What is sure desire can be reasons for acting only on the ground of appreciation through reason. Reason is not slave of desires or emotions. We should solve the problem if this goodness is subjective or not. According to Foot, a human being is practically rational in full sense if he or she has good reasons, realizes good ends, and acts in a good way. It's quite Aquinas. It's the same like by Aquinas. What are the good ends and good reasons? So, good actions are deeply rational actions. I quote from Foot. It exists interesting link between moral goodness and reasons for action. But what makes our action really good or good in full sense? We should take in account context of the human life form, or Foot says effects of human life. This context of human life form, or facts of human life, makes our practical rationality in full sense good. So the context of the human life form, or facts of human life, are goods for, or Aristotelian necessities, which are characteristics that play causal theological role in the achievement of successful human life. So what is against the facts of human life form, for example, physical or psychical violence, unnecessary pain, suffering, frustration, is bad. If we know what a certain behavior causes another person's unnecessary suffering, then it necessarily follows that it is bad or wrong. These facts represent objective reasons for value judgments. When we support the human life, or our action is objectively good, so moral acts are rational acts with the respect to the human life form. Human life form has objective limits of practical rationality to be real practical rationality, or to be practical rationality in full sense. For example, the crimes in concentration camps and gulags. There were crimes against humanity. They didn't respect the facts of human life. In core, rational will, and context, all the needs, what is necessary to be human. Practical rationality and moral norm, according Aquinas. To present conception, we have to clear our view from 2 points, I think, and sometimes disinterpreting positions in the relationship between the nature and practical reason. First is strong naturalistic, with a reduction of the function of practical reason to the passive agreement with the goals of the natural inclinations. Or strong rationalistic, moral prescription are formulated without connection to the meaning of pre-rational or pre-normative inclinations. Practical reason has its own area, according to Aquinas, I think. Can't be reduced to the theoretical reason. Ethics is not derived from metaphysics. Practical reason grasps the being as good and is ordered to action. Good as goal is desirable and is manifest in the natural inclinations. Practical reason is related to the singular and contingent things, limited but is limited in evidence and certainty, takes into account the context of the unique concrete situation. The practical reason operates in two levels. Principle, good is to be done and pursued, and evil is to be avoided. What is a foundation of practical rationality? This principle is included in all practical principles, and its validity is more sure than of other rules. And the second level, practical reason knows the goods that appear in the inclination and recognize or see them as good. Natural inclinations are good in moral sense because the practical reason recognizes them as good. Only practical reason makes normative and cognitive judgments. It follows that practical norm is grounded and constituted in the reflection of the practical reason. Good belongs primarily to the purview of practical reason and secondary to the area of the natural inclinations. So the practical reason has an active role. It's a rational search of other practical norms. Practical reason is formulating basic moral norms, and especially in the case of conflict of the natural inclinations. So the practical reason is not separated from natural inclinations like by Kant or Scotus. Natural inclinations are integrated in the practical knowledge. So we can explain the natural inclination as Aristotelian necessities on which depend the achievement of good life by nature. But natural inclinations don't create moral norms. They are meta-normative or pre-normative. They are a set of agents' boundaries or orientational framework that is not arbitrary but represents an open system of possibilities. Moral norms are not innate, in German vorgegeben, but a task, aufgegeben. So nature is not directly normative, but practical reason functions normatively, operates normatively with recourse to the anthropological conditions, in principle and measure of human actions, has ordering function in natural inclinations. So the practical reason interprets, cognizes the good of natural inclination in context of practice by using the main virtue of prudence. Practical reason is directly related to the human nature and its needs and inclinations. In a certain way, feels the inclinations of human nature, but is not slave of them. Inclination, emotions. So we have a moderate cognitivist approach. Practical reason cultivates and makes inclination or emotions productive, integrates them in order to achieve moral virtues, other moral virtues like temperance and courage. Also in this point are similarities between Foot and Aquinas. But Aquinas' theory of practical reason is more better. So we end with the meta-ethical aspects of Thomas' ethics. So good or goodness is not a univocal concept. It's an attributic adjective, could be similar to analogical predication. It has a focal meaning in first or second substance, eidos. I mean, the second is more important because the life form or species or nature is exemplified and instantiated by individual particulars. Aquinas is not a representative of analytic or reductive semantic naturalism. So I said, in case of Aquinas, we have a moderate cognitivist or naturalist approach. The reason, or practical reason, and not nature with its inclination, is a normative measure. Moral act is rational act. Good is rationally accessible by experience or self-experience or experience with other people, but not by intuition. The goodness is connected with inclinations of human nature or emotions. They take place in the moral judgment, but they are integrated in moral judgment. The reason is not slave of inclinations, affections, or emotions. Between them is a political relationship. Practical reason actively forms in formare the natural inclinations. Human being is not blindly determined by natural processes, but she or he can reflect them, take a distance from them, and determine if and in which way they will be fulfilled. So in Aquinas we can't find a gap between natural and normative properties of facts and value. It's a fluent transition. Practical reason doesn't subtract norms from nature, but constitutes norm. Reason reveals what should be done to satisfy desire in a certain way. By grasping the natural inclination and their goals, the practical reason make them practical and normative, or morally good. Good belongs primarily to the area of practical reason and secondary to the area of the natural inclinations. The question of autonomy of ethics is answered because the practical reason is autonomous. Its principles are prescriptive from the beginning. So ethics can't be reduced to metaphysics and practical reason to the theoretical. Aquinas, I think, doesn't fall in the naturalistic fallacy on is and out problem. So the normative propositions are not analytically deduced from the descriptive. What is a problem for interpretation that Aquinas conceives a broader concept of reason and nature as in non-cognitivism and in many cognitivist moral theories? The contribution of food and Aquinas too is the return the nature in the ethics, and they defend the objectivity of moral values. These moral values could be limits, for example, for law, positivism. They are maybe a base to support or defend the universal human rights. But I see some open problem that is more important, and it is role of the will. In Food's book, Natural Goodness, I didn't find any in detail described theory of will. And by Aquinas, it is a mutual relation of reason and will. And sometimes it's a movement in the circle. My question, or open question, is norm is norm when is wanted or accepted by the will. Is practical reason in this problem enough or not? Shouldn't our will have the primary role? When yes, are this voluntaristic or moderate voluntaristic? It's a problem of interpretation. Cognitivist. Are voluntaristic theories cognitivist or not? When yes, in which way? For example, it's a problem for Scotus. However, these questions lead us to a different type of ethical thinking. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Michal. And are there any questions or comments? Michael Gorman.
Thank you very much. I thought that the question you asked near the end about the role of will in Philippa, that's a very striking observation that I want to think about more. But I want to ask you a question about the relationship between practical reason and nature in morality for Aquinas. So I understood you, maybe I'm just trying to understand your view better. You're saying that that nature kind of creates a context or a set of preconditions, but it's really practical reason. Okay. What I don't understand about that, here's what I want to understand better. How can reason itself be a standard? I would have thought that, like, reason as a power is just open to all things, as Aristotle says. And so it's only reason as grasping something. And I would think that one of the main things that reason grasps is nature. And so in that way, it is nature, after all, that is providing the norms and not reason.
So it's a problem by Aquinas, I found. It's a tension, because he has a broad concept or notion of nature, and sometimes it makes problems in interpretation, because the nature should be rational aspect, but in Aquinas there are in nature also involved other inclinations, biological, and so I'm quite in this rational direction.
Right.
So it's a contact. There are these two natural inclinations are potential, like matter, and the practical reason can form what should be done as good. So in this point, I have a little problem with Aquinas and also with Philippa. They're nice to read. They're polite and so, but sometimes in the theory to explain it is a problem. Also by foot, it is okay. We have more virtues and so, but are these virtues the same in other cultures? And so, it is like ethics of ethos.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Okay. Andreas?
If one thinks of practical reason as a source of norms, how can one think of practical reason as being correct or not correct? Because presumably it can happen that I'm mistaken in what I think is good, and then practical reason, maybe you have some sense of having to follow your conscience, but still there's some sense in which I'm not following a norm, and in which there's a norm that's there for me, but which is not given to me by my practical reason.
It's a problem. We have virtue of prudence, and there has, according to Foot, not internal criteria. So it's a virtue. So if you make a decision in one situation, it's okay, it's your decision and your application of virtue of prudence. But in my situation, it could look otherwise. not the same. We are using the same virtue, but the results shouldn't be the same. So, by foot, there are not internal criteria to make decision if it is wrong or not. In this time, in this situation, it was the best what I could do. There are not so many rules or criteria. It is open. It is open. There are virtue ethics.
But surely there are some situations in which a person does what they think is right, and so they're acting in accordance with the dictates of their practical reason. But we want to say, objectively, they're not doing what's right, and that's not just a norm that we have for ourselves, but it's a norm that we judge applies to them, apart from the dictates of their...
By foot, it's not so sharply, it's a fluent. It's a weak.
Okay. David Svoboda wants to ask something.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Michal. It's nice to see you again. You have mentioned at the end of your paper that there is a, let's say, dispute. What is the source of normativity? Whether it is practical reason or practical reason plus the will. And it seems to me that you are inclined to the first alternative, that it is practical reason. May you briefly, very briefly, summarize your reasons for your option? Thank you.
Why is it practical reason?
Yes. Not practical reason plus the will. What is the source of normativity? Ought to be.
So I'm not sure if I can this so say in the sum. By Aquinas, it is always practical reason plus will, but the main impression or main towards is on the practical reason, not on the will. So I think by Aquinas is the role of will the secondary, so the only practical reason makes moral norm, and if it is accepted by will or not, it's not so important. Or excuse me, my English. So the norm or law, it's a norm of reason, and when it is followed by will or not, it stays a norm at all. Yeah. I think it is the same by Foot and Aquinas, so that the practical reason plays the fundamental role, and will secondary.
Well, if it was a will, we could never get further than an individual decision, because will is connected with the individuality. That is, it does not, there is no common will, at least not primarily, not naturally. So the task would be to show that practical reason is objective, or is at least intersubjective, and not merely subjective.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so probably last question.
So I find myself wanting to avoid the naturalistic fallacy as well, and wanting to say that acting in accordance with human nature is simply to act reasonably. However, I also like rules. So, like, let's say two people disagree in a particular situation about what practical rationality dictates. My question is whether you ultimately do need recourse to nature talk, or does one person essentially just assert, no, I have more prudence than you do. I'm more practically reasonable than you are. So one, is there a necessary recourse to nature talk about what's good for human beings qua human beings, or do you continue to have the argument on the basis of what's practically reasonable?
So I didn't quite understand your question. What is important? What makes practical rationality full practical rationality?
No. So basically, as I take it, your argument is that Aquinas, perhaps under sort of a Phoenician reading, wants to avoid the naturalistic fallacy. And so to act in accordance with human nature is simply to act reasonably. Yeah. It doesn't require recourse to theoretical reason or metaphysical speculation. However, let's say two people who are both practically reasonable disagree about what to do in a given situation. Would you need recourse to nature talk about metaphysics and what the good of, or what the human good is, and the origins of that human good, or would you continue to just have the debate on the basis of practical rationality?
So what makes is decision of these both people, of these two people, is that acting rationally on grounds they understand or see as good. And what is material of this goodness, their nature, but it is not what nature says is not normatively, is not norm. They can have the same inclinations, but the decision is not the same. Why? It's according to practical reason, or the virtue of prudence. Both decisions are good in some way. But I can't say which is a right decision. They are good in some way, I think.
But isn't it just relativism?
Please?
Isn't it just relativism?
So moderate relativism, I think. Because there are objectively goods from nature, they go from nature. So it's quite the same ground, but what is done with this ground is, individual. So sometimes we can have similarly reasons and similarly or the same decisions, but sometimes not. It depends on the situation and other aspects of the concrete choice. It's a quite relativism, but it's not pure relativism.
Okay.
We would be in this situation if ethics would not always also talk about lesser and higher goods and something like a natural hierarchy between the goods. And so the function of practical reason is the insight in this hierarchy and not to choose the lower over the higher. And this belongs to the basic of traditional theories of ethics. Yeah. So if we accept that and work on that, we don't need any, unresolvable relativism, because then the norms are contained in the hierarchy.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so thank you very much, Michal. And now our last speaker before lunch, Father David Peroutka, who will speak on the topic of Platonizing defense of moral objectivism. So, an antidote against relativism, I think. Issues.
Everybody is hungry, and I'm going to torture you with my extremely boring talk. The basic concept of moral objectivism says that there are moral norms existing independently of us or independently of our knowledge, of our recognition of them. By existing, I mean being valid. By existing, when I speak of norms, of values, I mean being valid. In my conference contribution, I will outline a defense of moral objectivism Objectivism, or more precisely, reasoning in favor of such kind of moral objectivism, which corresponds as a meta-ethical stance to essential traits of Christian moral thinking. Moral objectivism is a topical issue. David Enoch, for example, is an Israeli philosopher, believes in existence of truths that are irreducibly normative, perfectly objective, universal and absolute. Enoch characterizes his robust realism as a kind of objectivism. He contends that in our serious moral deliberations, we necessarily presuppose the existence of objective reasons. Although my own reasoning will be a similar one, my source of inspiration lies elsewhere, in the distant past, in Plato's fight against sophist relativism. Ancient Protagorean relativism claimed that what appears to each man is true to him. This is the celebrated homo mensura doctrine of Protagoras. But if Protagoras is right, Plato's Socrates replies, if Protagoras is right and the truth is that things are as they appear to anyone, how can some of us be wise and some of us foolish? And if, on the other hand, wisdom and folly are really distinguishable, the assertion of Protagoras can be hardly correct. For if what appears to each man is true to him, one man cannot in reality be wiser than another. Plato explains more precisely that if it were true that what appears to each man is the case for him, then the human being would necessarily be infallible, inerrant, apseudes in Greek. In fact, my talk is focused on the concept of infallibility. Human infallibility or divine infallibility. And this infallibility is a clear consequence of the criticized relativist theory. Who of us is inerrable? As John Stuart Mill says in his On Liberty, mankind is not infallible. Is this objection of Plato fatal for relativism? At first glance, it may seem that it is not. Perhaps Protagoras himself, when asserting that man is a measure of reality, spoke of the social human being as distinguished from other human beings on the basis of their social circle. Protagoras' theory could be one of social conditioning rather than of individual perception. In any case, the contemporary relativism, in its different versions, be it continental or postmodern relativism or analytical relativism, seems to avoid the above-mentioned queerness, because it is certainly not a relativism of individual perceptions, but a relativism of higher frameworks or systems, cultures, traditions, social conventions, languages, worldviews, complex moral codes. In such relativist view, moral agents are not infallible. Stalin, for example, was terribly mistaken, as Gilbert Harman, the relativist, says. It was wrong from Stalin to have ordered the purges, because in so doing he harmed communism. He contradicted, in a sense, his own system. An individual can morally err in respect of his or her moral framework. So the infallibility seems to disappear. Frameworks of knowledge are multiple and mutually incommensurable. Even in the world of science, as Jean-François Lyotard observes, we find a plurality of formal and axiomatic systems. An irreducible plurality of conceptual frameworks can be all the more expected in the world of morality. It's no wonder if Jacques Derrida, for example, denounces as unjust the situation where a person or group of persons is judged in an idiom they do not understand. Compare Derrida's view with the following quotation from Gilbert Harman. The following remarks are in some way odd. It was wrong of Hitler to have ordered the extermination of Jews. Hitler ought morally not to have ordered the extermination of Jews. We can judge his acts with reference to our morality, but not Hitler himself, since that would imply that he was someone who acknowledged the moral standards we use to judge him. When Derrida speaks of idioms, he means different ways of conceptualizing reality. Gilbert Harman speaks of social conventions as ground of morality. David Velleman invokes mores, customs, mores. Idioms, conventions, and mores differ according to culture. Thus, some philosophers speak of cultural relativism. But since the higher framework may alternatively consist, for example, in a deliberately chosen worldview, in a religious faith, ideology, or a moral code, which can be shared across many different cultures, I prefer to speak more generally of framework relativism. Since a person can act either in accordance with her moral framework or in contradiction to it, she or he is not infallible. And so, framework relativism seems to remain unharmed by the Platonic objections. In spite of such seeming, however, the trouble denounced by Plato persists, only on a higher level. The infallibility of single moral frameworks, so my argument goes, is a strange consequence of framework relativism. Plato spoke of infallibility, whereas Karl Popper pointed out a certain uncriticizability on the level of frameworks. Quotation: "The myth of the framework is the doctrine that a rational discussion of principles is impossible. One could also call this view relativism, for it implies that every assertion is to be taken as relative to a framework of assumptions. It has sometimes been asserted that the different frameworks of assumptions are just as different as different languages, and that those brought up in different frameworks simply do not understand each other, so that rational criticism is impossible. I contend that those who defend one framework can criticize another. Popper's reasoning has roughly this logical shape. If relativism is right, then adherents of one framework cannot criticize another framework, but they can. So relativism is wrong. Such reasoning has some cogency, in so much as the uncriticizability is a very strange attribute of human worldviews. David Velleman, an interesting contemporary defender of relativism, seems to accept, in a measure, the queer, strange implications of relativism. He gives as an example Kikuyu, a tribe native to central Kenya, and their practice of female genital mutilation. Velleman contends that evaluation of this practice depends on our distinctive perspective. Quotation: "The Kikuyu may have reasons for practicing female circumcision, and if they have such reasons, they have them because they live like Kikuyu. Westerns have reason to abominate this practice, and they have those reasons because they live like Westerns." One might wonder, perspective aside, whose reasons are the real reasons? I say, the Velleman say, that's a nonsensical question, like asking perspectives aside, which are the correct direction to Washington Square. We cannot assume that the Kikuyu have reason to change their ways. He recommend us to be humble in intellectual humility of Westerns. Someone might agree with Velleman at this point, especially if he ignores the psychophysical consequences of the so-called female circumcision for life of afflicted women. But there are other examples. Consider the ancient Indian custom of burning widows alive, or anti-Semitism in Nazi Germany. It seems hardly possible, it's my point, my argument, it seems hardly possible for the relativist to assert that Nazi worldview was morally erroneous without introducing some moral norms which oblige us regardless of what moral framework we accept or belong to. That is, without betraying relativism by accepting the existence of some universal moral standards. Let us notice, however, that framework relativism, unlike Protagorean relativism, shows some degree of objectivity. Although Stalin was subjectively motivated to liquidate Trotsky and Bukharin, he simultaneously did have reasons not to do it. His ideological framework commanded not to kill those excellent and devoted and useful comrades. If we want to use the terminology of John Searle, we can say that Stalin had some desire-independent reasons for acting differently from how he actually did. The reason for sparing the life of Bukharin was higher, in a sense, more objective, than Stalin's contrary motivations, namely his personal jealousy and ambition. The problem is that this amount of objectivity does not suffice to exclude the queer consequence of framework relativism, that is the infallibility of or uncriticizability of single frameworks. A way to remove the infallibility is to abandon relativism and look for a universal objectivity. It is possible to arrange different philosophies into a hierarchy according to degree of assumed objectivity. You see the hierarchy on the slide. The zero degree is attributed to Protagorean relativism. In this view, the truth of a moral statement is fixed by one's individual perception. Framework relativism, as we have seen, shows the first degree of objectivity. Here, the truth of moral statement depends on its conformity with the respective culture or shared conceptual world. The second degree of objectivity belongs to evolutionary and Kantian ethics. Of course, Kantianism and evolutionary ethics are in many respects different. They differ in many aspects. In Kantian view, moral principles do not depend on the evolution of mankind and its ways. Moral principles belong to the essence of rationality as such. But both views, however, assume the existence of some moral principles shared by all humanity, and that the alleged validity of moral principles is not mind-independent reality. And finally, Platonic and theistic ethics suppose the third and highest degree of objectivity. Moral principles are not only universal, but they are also valid independently of our knowledge, independently of our cognitive dispositions. We have already left behind the zero degree and the first degree, that is, both levels of relativism. What about the second degree, Kantian ethics? The incriminated troublesome queerness seems to vanish, to fade and vanish on this level. It is not so queer to state that our rationality as such is infallible, given that singular users of the rationality are fallible. They are able to err in using their reason. Kantian approach, however, raises puzzling questions. Suppose that the rationality of all mankind is determined by its nature to think that X is morally right. Determined by reason, or rationality is determined by its nature to think that X is morally right. How does it follow from that mere fact that X is morally right? Such belief might still be a kind of subjective notion, notwithstanding that it would be, in principle, universally shared. That's a problem the Kantian theorist must respond. John Rawls, for example, seems to admit that Kantian constructivism, his Kantian constructivism, he proposed, does not pursue the objective truth in the full sense of the word. His version of objectivity implies that rather than think of the principles of justice are true, it is better to say that they are the principles most reasonable for us. Now let us notice his expression "for us." Perhaps the Kantian theorist can respond to above-mentioned question in the following a bit relativist way. Well, it may be true that from the assumption that our rationality is somehow determined to think that such and such moral principle is valid, does not follow that it is valid, tout court. It does follow from there, however, that it is valid for us, and this is sufficient. Here the validity seems to be identified with a certain appearance of validity, namely with general and necessary appearance. The problem is that such identification will set off an infinite regress. The validity is appearance of validity. Appearance of what? Of validity, which is, as it has been said, appearance of validity. So the validity is appearance of validity, and so forth to infinity. It indicates that the validity of moral principles this argument from regress is not just an empty logical game. It indicates that the validity of moral principles can appear to us, but cannot be just its own appearance or its own recognizability. The validity of moral principles cannot be viewed just as merely epistemological item. A real metaphysical ground seems to be needed. This is, however, a precarious conclusion. According to general awareness, moral norms cannot be derived from facts, including metaphysical facts. Different attempts to overcome Hume's law do not seem very successful. That is at least the result of my own past investigations of the problem. Michael Gorman said this morning that if we know well the is, we just see the ought. It may be some kind of conceptual inference, but it is not verifiable by means of formal logic. So it's quite difficult. If it is so difficult, how can we pin our hopes on metaphysics? Well, we should at this stage to construct a reliable bridge over the human gap. The bridge I propose looks this way. Premise one, whatever X thinks and states is true. Premise two, X thinks and states that mutual respect is morally good. Conclusion, mutual respect is morally good. Or it is true that mutual respect is morally good. Both premises, even the second one, are factual. The second premise just describes what X thinks and states. The conclusion, however, is genuinely evaluative or normative. Now we may see that theism, if true, solves the difficult problem of foundation of ethics. Although it is queer to believe in infallibility either of human individual perceptions or shared epistemic frameworks, it is not queer to believe that if God exists, he is infallible. He may, therefore, occupy the role of X. Premise 1, whatever God knows and says is true. Premise 2, God knows and says that mutual respect is morally good. Conclusion, mutual respect is morally good. The human's gap is overcome. But how does God say that mutual respect is morally good? According to Thomas Aquinas, this is another topic, but according to Thomas Aquinas, the natural law is promulgated by the very fact that God instilled the natural law into man's mind. And the principles of the natural law, which are deeply inscribed into the essence of our rationality, dictate to us to live in society, to avoid offending those among whom one has to live, and other things. Our first premise, whatever God knows and says is true, involves essentially the concept of truth. That's why there must be the verb to know in the premise, rather than to want or to decide. In any case, volition is a consequence of knowledge, not contrariwise. That's why I am generally not an adherent of so-called voluntarism. In the line of theological thinking represented by St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas, God does not enact moral principles arbitrarily. They are necessary expressions of his reason, or ultimately of his eternal and immutable essence. Here is the full weight of morality. Compared with voluntarism, this is a Platonic vision. Divine rationality is seen as the world of ideas, which includes also moral principles. All those ideas form together an indissoluble totality or unity. And here is the source of moral truth. God, as the lex aeterna, is the primal origin of all valid legislation. Now I will skip the subjectivist objection because it is dull after all. As we have seen, the conclusion, as we have seen through successive steps of our consideration, all views that unlike Christian ethics, do not assume the existence of universal mind-independent moral truths, are faced by very difficult questions I have tried to formulate. In conclusion, I should specify in what sense my objectivist reasoning presents a kind of apology for Christian worldview. I have not intended to propose an ethical proof of God's existence. I hope, however, to have shown that assumption of the divine lex aeterna solves the fundamental meta-ethical questions which otherwise wait for satisfactory answers. Thanks. I must apologize my bad English, but when I am nervous, I have it's difficult for me to pronounce in foreign language.
Thank you, David, very much. And there's a question by Philip.
Thanks. Yeah, your English was not bad. It was very easily understandable. So thank you for a great talk. So I want to do something that I usually don't do, which is come to Kant's defense. So I take it that one of your sort of main motivations for thinking that we need this further argumentation beyond, to get us beyond the level of the Kantian universal but mind-dependent moral truths, was this this problematic that you gave us. So suppose that the rationality of all mankind is determined to think that X is true, but it seems like it doesn't follow from that X is true. And so I guess my sort of defense on behalf of the Kantian is, I take it that the Kantian might say something like this. When I, the Kantian, talk about rationality as such, what I mean is right reasoning. And when I talk about, particular rationality, like, his or her rationality, what I mean is individual attempts to reason rightly. And so if that's the case, then you can just sort of go in and resupply for the problematic. So suppose that the right reasoning of all mankind is determined to think that X is true. Well, now then it does seem to me like X is going to be true. But if what you mean is, suppose that the attempts to reason rightly of all mankind are determined to think that X is true, then I grant you the premise that it's not going to follow from that. But I think the Kantian is just going to say, well, sure, but I'm with you on that, right? The Kantian point is that the precondition for every particular rationality, i.e. the precondition for every particular attempt to reason rightly, is that there is rationality as such, i.e. there is right reasoning. So I guess I just wonder if the Kantian can avail himself of that. Do you think he's going to be moved by the problem that you've put forward?
It doesn't work.
It was the one itself. You just missed it. Back to.
I try to show that to put it simply, the validity of moral principles cannot be an epistemological item. Because if you conceive it as an epistemological thing, I think that this kind of infinite regress follows, which is problem for Kantian. I do not see how if I would a Kantian, if I was a Kantian, how I would respond this trouble. You know some way?
Well, I think the Kantian is just going to deny the first premise. I think the Kantian is just going to deny the top line with you, right? The Kantian is going to hold your hand and stand shoulder to shoulder with you and say, yeah, validity is not the appearance of validity, right? Validity is going to be the consequence of the precondition for particular instances of reasoning, right? So rationality is going to be the precondition for the appearance of validity, but it's not going to be the appearance of validity.
Rational form can be a precondition of appearance of validity, but not the validity itself.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the Kantian is going to say, right? So the Kantian is going to say, consider any appearance of validity, right? The precondition for that appearance is that there is validity. So the validity can't be the appearance.
On the basis of this precondition, the validity is appearing to us in some way. Constructivist way or intuitivist way. On the basis of this precondition, validity appears us as real. But how does it follows from this that it is real? That's the problem.
No. For example, the validity of some syllogism. It appears to you, or Kant has criteria, objective criteria, which can serve us to judge the validity. So it seems to me that this doesn't work for Kantian. And another question, I will be advocatus diaboli in concerning to your first argument against Protagoras, against relativism. If I will be a member of NSDAP, I read Nietzsche, and so on, and I will discuss with you, your argument is not strong enough to persuade me.
Why?
Why? No problem for me to kill Jews. It is okay.
But for you?
But for I read Nietzsche, I have power. So, sorry, but today it is of course very persuasive argument. But it is only that we live in such a time.
Yeah, but
yes.
For you as a
so
member
it is confirmation of relativism.
For you as a member of Hitler's party, it's not problem. The character of Nazi culture is not problem for you, but the character of communist culture is problem for you. So you agree with me that framework are not infallible.
No.
Because communism, according to you, is false.
I am stronger. I defeat communism.
Okay, might I be even the stronger one?
But the question is not who is stronger, but who is justified in his beliefs.
Yeah, but I know. Friedrich Nietzsche said that there are no facts. There are also there are only interpretations, only different perspectives. Okay, but the consequence is that communism is right, Nazi worldview is right, and this consequence is simply queer.
Okay. Thanks, Father. I would like to ask you for two clarifications, and I actually think that it is connected to the objections of our colleague. You were talking about the degrees of objectivity from 0 to number 3, and I'm not sure whether it is your idea or whether it still belongs to Veliman, but my question is, why did you arrange them in this sequence? I mean, do you see there to exist some kind of hierarchy between them? If so, is the hierarchy connected to a notion of universality, for example, like that the 0 level is not universal at all, totally particular, whereas the Platonic theistic ethics are the most universal of all? Or do you see them as existing at the same time? That means existing and competing worldviews, but you argue that in the end only the level 3 resolves all our problems or troubles.
Yes.
For what Prokop objected, it was basically the framework relativism. Well, but I think that you did something a little bit different. If I understood you correctly, you wanted to show that this kind of relativism is problematic, not probably from the point of view of Prokop, for he can solve it all, but there is no objective norm to decide whether this or that framework is correct, but that doesn't mean that absolutely speaking, there aren't any norms according to which we can judge whether the Nazis or the socialists were morally justifiable. And the second question is to the conclusion, did I understand it correctly that I should insert into the syllogism about God speaking just instead of the speak God inscribed in human nature, or not?
Excuse me, I don't.
Okay. At the end, you provided us with a syllogism, right? If God says this, what was the that the mutual respect is good. What God says is good, it is good, right? And then you continued with the excerpts from Aquinas, where you talk about those norms being inscribed into a human nature. So I should, in the syllogism itself, I should insert instead of the God says, the God inscribed. Okay, so that's clear. And could you answer about the degrees of the objectivity, please?
I am not sure if I understood your question. I'm in supporter of the third degree.
So the question is, why degrees?
What?
Degrees. Why degrees? Why to call it degrees? Do you see there some kind of hierarchy? Or not?
Yes, it's a hierarchy of objectivity. 0 degree is no objectivity at all. First degree is a very limited objectivity given by social convention. Third degree is higher degree of objectivity given by the reason we all share. And the highest degree is mind independent. The objectivity does not depend on our cognitive dispositions, on our reason.
Okay, and this is yours. It doesn't belong to Veleman. This is your idea or your way of expressing it.
I defended the third degree. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just the third degree.
Okay.
All others are problematic.
Very last quick question.
Again, I want to object to the second degree, to put Kant along with evolutionary ethics, because evolutionary ethics presupposes that ethics is something that can change. And this is absolutely not something that Kant would subscribe to.
Of course.
And
right.
This is important, you know. This is not a negligible thing, because Kantian ethics actually points to your Platonic thesis, just to use perspective in a different way, from a human perspective, because practical reason is not my or your reason. It's an absolute.
Yeah.
And when Kant is speaking about insight into obligation, he describes or means exactly the relationship between a particular intellect to, well, an obligation that is absolute. And how could Kant speak in practical reason about absolutes if he would not point to some, universal mind independent moral truth, but it is the reason that has to realize this truth. And even this reason is not individual, but, say, belongs to humankind and to human nature as such. So it has, at least for humans, objectivity, and therefore can see. Well, but Kant is Kant, and the universal mind independent moral truths are something like the thing in itself. So therefore, of course, he does not describe anything that he doesn't know, and therefore, like in negative theology, and therefore he speaks from bottom up. And I think that what he does is the best you can do without being dogmatic.
Would you like to answer something or not?
Without being dogmatic?
Without
yes.
being dogmatic. So Kant does the nearest to Platonic thesis without being dogmatic. Without being dogmatic, you can't go further.
Well, I only add that it is true that evolutionary ethics and Kantian ethics are very different. I could divide it and multiply degrees because the principles of ethics in evolutionarist view are shared by all human beings. I think Kant would say that not only human beings, but the principles of ethics are shared by all rational beings, including aliens and angels. Thanks.
Okay. So, thank you very much. There is some leeway in the afternoon, so I think we can meet again at 2:30 again. Yes, so we have enough time for lunch. So thank you, everybody, and perhaps we can go together to some nearby restaurant or so. We can perhaps ask Prokop to advise us.
But
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have to start our last afternoon session, and because I will also talk, Sennheiser to moderate it. So I would like just to ask you not to forget the book of Sousedík, to have a look at the possibilities concerning our trip tomorrow, and I think that's all.
So it's my great pleasure to welcome and introduce Professor Robert Fastiggi, my friend from Detroit. So it's very nice to see you, Robert. And So it's my great pleasure to welcome and introduce Professor Robert Fastiggi from Detroit, Sacred Heart missionary, and he's going to deliver a lecture titled "The Credibility of the Catholic Faith According to Francisco Suárez." So, Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, and I'd like to thank Professor Lukáš Novák and all the others who organized this wonderful conference. I'm going to be reading my paper, and then we could have some discussion. And the Jesuit thinker Francisco Suárez is known for his strong defense of the authority of the Catholic Church, especially the authority of councils and the Roman Pontiff. In defending the teaching authority of the Catholic Church, Suárez, like his contemporary, St. Robert Bellarmine, was defending the Catholic faith in response to the challenges of the Protestants. In his treatise De Fide Spe et Caritate, which was written between 1613 and 1614, but published posthumously in 1621, Suárez not only defends the truth of the Catholic faith against the challenges of the Protestants, he also defends the credibility of divine revelation and the credibility of the Christian faith in comparison to other religions. Now, when believers accept the divine origin and truth of their religion, what criteria, what standards do they use? Why do they believe in this revelation rather than another revelation? Why do they believe their community of faith or church is the authentic community of faith and not others? Well, these questions prompt theologians to examine what are called the motives of credibility. Since divine revelation comes through the medium of certain prophets, messengers, and inspired authors, it's important to examine the reasons why these intermediaries are credible. But once a revelation is accepted as true, the next question is who has the authority to decide how to interpret the revelation? This was the insight of the 19th century theologian John Henry Newman, who once stated, "A revelation is not given if there be no authority to decide what it is that is given." So you have a revelation, but then there has to be an authority to decide what it is that has been given. And I think Suárez, from what I've seen in this treatise, very much would sympathize with his fellow Catholic from the 19th century in the future. But this paper will explore how Suárez addresses the motives for credibility of the Catholic faith in the first 5 disputations of his treatise, or Tractatus on Theological Faith, De Fide Theologica. The first 3 disputations will be covered in a summary manner. These disputations deal with the object of the treatise. Disputation 1, the object or subject matter of faith, and the formal object of faith. This goes through disputation number 3. The main focus, though, will be on Disputations 4 and 5. In Disputation 4, Suárez provides the reasons for the credibility of the Christian revelation, and he compares the credibility of the Christian faith to other religious groups, namely paganism, Islam, Judaism, and what he would consider heretical Christian sects. Disputation 5 shows why an infallible authority is needed to decide theological disputes. And Suárez explains why the Catholic Church possesses this infallible authority. Now, in Disputation 1, Suárez explains that faith involves not only the intellect, but also what he calls the pious disposition of the will, affectio pia voluntatis. He notes that the Council of Trent, in its decree on justification, speaks of the infusion of faith, hope, and charity into those who are justified. Faith, therefore, deals with the supernatural order, and it is sustained by miraculous signs, gifts of grace, and fruits of the Holy Spirit. In Disputation 2, Suárez deals with the object or subject of faith, and here he states that God is the subject of the Christian faith. Furthermore, God, according to the absolute reason and essence of his divinity, is the primary object of faith. Citing St. Thomas, Suárez points out that we need to distinguish a double truth in God, namely, God in being, in essendo, and God in speaking, in dicendo. In this regard, Suárez distinguishes human faith and divine faith. In human faith, we believe in the testimony of other human beings. In divine faith, we believe in God who is speaking. Our faith in God, however, is that of those on the journey, viators, those on the way to the full vision of God in the beatific vision. But even though our knowledge of God is finite in this world, God's revelation allows us to have certitude about certain propositions based on divine revelation. And he gives these as examples. The most blessed Virgin is the Mother of God, or God is one and three. Now, since human creatures participate in the goodness of God by means of charity, which is a theological virtue, an infused virtue, we can recognize signs of God that render his revelation credible, signs that he calls res credibiles, or credible things. Our human nature has a type of capacity or adequation for faith in the revealed mysteries of God, such as the incarnation. Suárez argues that our nature has a supernatural end, and by this habit or virtue, our nature has God as its adequate object. So just to stop there, what he's saying here is we are, so to speak, directed towards God, and so therefore, because of our nature, made in the image and likeness of God, we are attentive to divine revelation. And if we're living with grace, participating in God's life, we could recognize what comes from God as opposed to what is really not from God. Now, faith, therefore, is directed towards God and sustained by God. When Peter confesses that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of the living God, in Matthew 16:17, Jesus tells him that flesh and blood has not revealed this to you. In some respects, this might seem like a circle. Faith is directed towards God, but it can only be true faith if it is given or infused by God. Suárez, though, believes there's no other way we can understand faith. It's not simply a natural power, because it is sustained by the supernatural power of God. Yet our very nature is directed towards God, and by grace we can participate in God's own life and recognize when God himself speaks. Now, Suárez then turns to the content of the faith, and he asks whether the symbol of faith or creed is an appropriate or fitting articulation of the content of our faith. In theological terms, he moves from what is called the fides qua, the faith that believes, or the faith by which we believe, to the fides quae, the faith that is believed, or the content of faith. So with regard to the symbol of faith, the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed, Suárez states that it is de fide, because it is from the perpetual tradition and the common consent of the Church. He also accepts what now we would call the Pseudo-Athanasian Creed, and he was aware that some even then questioned whether it was written by Saint Athanasius, but he said, we believe in it because it was affirmed by the Council of Florence in its bull of union with the Armenians. It's given as a reliable summary of the Catholic faith. He likewise endorses the Apostles' Creed because it contains truths of the faith such as Christ's descent into hell or the lower regions, and the communion of saints that are not contained in the two other creeds. Now, with regard to interpreting the faith, Suárez upholds the authority of the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. This is because Christ said to his apostles, I will be with you until the end of the age, Matthew 28:20. The Church, therefore, is always close to Christ, and the popes and the councils are needed to defend the truths of the faith. The Church does not need a new revelation in the centuries after the apostolic age, but the Church needs the infallible assistance of the Holy Spirit to interpret and defend the faith. When the Church defines a matter of the faith, this definition has the certitude of faith, and because of the assistance of the Holy Spirit, it has the force of revelation, or it infallibly applies the propter existentiam Spiritus Sancti vim habet revelationis, seu infallibiliter applicat revelationem universalem ad particulare objectum. So he says when the Church defines a matter of revelation, it has the vim, the strength or the power of revelation, even if it's not revelation in the strict sense. In discerning, though, whether a revelation is true or false, Suárez believes the authority of the Church is needed. The authority of the Church is immediate in defining matters of revelation because it is ruled by the Holy Spirit in its definitions. Scripture, of course, is an immediate rule of faith, but so are the councils of the Church. This is because St. Paul refers to the Church as the pillar and the foundation of truth, 1 Timothy 3:15. The assistance of the Holy Spirit is immediate and proximate in the Church. Thus, although the Church does not teach a new faith, her definitions give explicit form to the ancient faith that is believed. Now, what Suárez teaches about the Church as an immediate and infallible authority is reaffirmed in Disputation 5 of De Fide. In Disputation 4, though, he tries to show, and it's rather brief, that pagans, Muslims, Jews, and heretical Christians do not possess the fullness of truth that is found, he believes, in the Catholic Church. In Disputation 4, Section 4, number 2, Suárez compares the Christian faith to paganism. He points out that the pagans, paganos, worship many gods and are therefore guilty of idolatry. According to Suárez, polytheism offends against natural reason and therefore cannot be true. He also notes that many pagan sects offend against reason by depraved morals, and this undermines their credibility. Citing Tertullian, he observes that very few Gentile sects recognize the one true God, and citing St. Paul in Romans 1, he underscores the many errors of the Gentiles. The errors and immorality of the pagans demonstrate the lack of credibility of their religions. What I find very interesting about this is that he uses reason, whether or not the alleged revelations correspond to reason. Now then he turns to the religion of the Muslims. He says, although some classify Islam, the Muslims, as pagans, they are nevertheless distinct because they worship the one God. Suárez, though, believes the Quran contains many contradictions and inconsistencies in doctrine. Like Aquinas in the Summa Contra Gentiles, Suárez argues that the credibility of Islam is undermined by its many errors against reason and the pursuit of happiness in bodily pleasures. Muhammad, whom he identifies as, quote, the founder of this sect, lacks the authority of faith. The credibility of a movement must be judged by the quality of its first teachers. Many of these Muslim teachers, however, rejected philosophy, which reveals a lack of trust in reason. So in other words, if you show you're suspicious of philosophy, you cannot claim to be a true revelation of God. That's how important he sees philosophy. Now, in considering Judaism, Suárez accepts the Old Testament, of course, as a true revelation of God. But he believes the principal error of Judaism is the failure to recognize that the Messiah has come. He says the Jews hold to this position in spite of the many prophecies of the Old Testament that are fulfilled in Jesus. Suárez also notes that Christ in his earthly life was sent first to convert the Jews, and he performed many miracles with this purpose in mind. Some early Jews, he admits, did accept Jesus as the Messiah, but they wanted to continue to follow the Mosaic law and mix Judaism with the Christian faith. Because they had become believers in Christ, these Jews were not infidels, but heretics instead. Suárez then turns his attention to the Christian heretics. He reaffirms the need for Christians to be in communion with the church that goes back to the apostles. He points out that the church fathers rejected heretical sects that strayed from the apostolic faith preserved within the Catholic Church. With regard to the Protestant groups of his day, Suárez notes that many of them have rejected parts of Scripture. For example, 1st and 2nd Maccabees, because they reject the doctrine of purgatory, which is supported by 2nd Maccabees. He also notes that many of the leaders of the Protestant Reformation lack dignity, and he mentions Luther and Henry VIII by name. A sign of truth, he says, is holiness. But the leaders of the Protestant Reformation lack this sign, as well as any miraculous sign of prophetic authority. For Suárez, truth is made credible by outside signs, like miracles. Because the Protestant reformers did not have clear signs of being guided by God, they lack credibility. If leaders of new Christian sects lack credibility, they should not be followed. And then he turns to what seems to be a great concern of his at this time, the need for an infallible authority to teach the truth. And he finds this authority in the Catholic Church. He points to the Council of Trent's affirmation of the Church's authority to determine the content and meaning of sacred scripture. He states that it is impossible to conserve the unity of faith without a rule, a regula, to determine what is true from what is false. Without such a rule, the Church would not have been able to clarify truths about the Incarnation or the Eucharist. Suárez then proceeds to delineate some of the theological sources, or what we would call the loci theologici. In this regard, he believes that the consensus of the fathers and the doctors is not in itself a rule of faith. Per se non est regula fidei. Although the consensus of the fathers and doctors is important, there still is a need for an authority to determine whether there really is or was a consensus, and whether this consensus is legitimate and true. For Suárez, the true regula fidei can only be the Supreme Pontiff and Vicar of Christ, the Bishop of Rome. And he believes the recognition of the Roman Pontiff as the sole rule of faith is grounded in scripture, tradition, and church councils. Suárez then examines the claim that scripture by itself can be a rule of faith. This is the Protestant motto of sola scriptura. In this regard, he does not challenge the authority of scripture, but he notes that some passages are ambiguous or unclear. In this regard, he cites 2 Peter 3:16, which states that there are some things in the letters of Paul that are difficult to understand. He also notes that there have been challenges to the canon of Scripture, the canonical status of some books. An authority, therefore, is needed to determine which books are canonical or scriptural and which are not. He appeals to the teaching of Trent that the meaning of Scripture is ultimately not subject to private interpretation, but the authority of the Church, because it belongs to her, quote, to judge the true meaning and interpretation of Holy Scripture. Suárez then goes on to note that the heretics are often divided among themselves about the meaning of Scripture. Christ, he said, foresaw this, and he willed that there be some living rule having authority to establish what is to be believed. Suárez also believes that it is de fide, of the faith, that the Catholic Church under the Roman Pontiff is indefectible. He states, the universal or Roman Church cannot defect from the faith by heresy. This assertion is de fide, and so frequently testified by councils and fathers that it seems something superfluous to adduce. It is also, he believes, a truth that is found in Scripture. In the words of Jesus to St. Peter in Matthew 16:18 through 19, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of the netherworld will not prevail against it. Suárez therefore states, quote, the Church of Christ cannot defect through heresy, and therefore she cannot err. Ergo non potest sic errare. Suárez sees the indefectibility of the Church manifested by the infallible authority of ecumenical councils. He states that it is most certain that a general council in which the Pope is present is an infallible rule of faith and cannot err in what it defines in matters of faith, and what it approves in matters of morals. Daniel, how much time do I have? About 10 minutes?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, just about 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay, I can finish then. Thank you. Thank you very much. On the protection of ecumenical councils from errors, Suárez is in agreement with his Jesuit contemporary, St. Robert Bellarmine, with whom he taught for 5 years at the Collegio Romano. In his De Conciliis, Book 2, Chapter 2, Bellarmine says, "A general council represents the universal church, and hence has the consensus of the universal church. Wherefore, if the church cannot err, neither can a legitimate and approved ecumenical council err." At the end of De Conciliis, Book 2, Chapter 9, Bellarmine also says, "We hold by Catholic faith that legitimate councils confirmed by the Supreme Pontiff cannot err." Now, in Disputation 5 of De Fide, Suárez likewise affirms the protection of papal teaching from error. The Pope, he says, cannot err in precepts or on matters of morals that he hands down or approves for the whole church. In De Fide, Disputation 10, jumping a little bit ahead, Suárez argues that divine providence will protect the church from ever having a pope who is a heretic. He writes, "Even though many affirm this as more probable, nevertheless to me, in brief, it seems more pious and more probable that a pope could indeed err as a private person out of ignorance, but not out of contumacy. For although God is able to prevent a heretical pope from harming the church, nevertheless it is more agreeable to the way of divine providence that, since God has promised that the pope would never err in his definitions, he would ensure that there never would be such a heretical pope. And since up till now there has never been one in the church, it should consequently be thought that by the ordination and providence of God, there cannot be one." Now here he had read the Controversies of Bellarmine because he cites it, which was published around 1576. But his position on the protection of the papacy from heresy is really that of Bellarmine as well. In Book 2, Chapter 30, which is often cited, of De Summo Pontifice, Bellarmine states that if a pope were to fall into manifest heresy, he would lose his office. But in Book 4 of the same controversy, Bellarmine argues that divine providence will protect the church from ever having a heretical pope. In Book 4, Chapter 3 of De Summo Pontifice, sometimes called De Romano Pontifice, Bellarmine states that without doubt, sine dubio, the privilege has been handed down to Peter's successors, which ensures that in his chair there would never be found someone who would teach contrary to the true faith. In Book 4, Chapter 6, when speaking of the Pope as a particular person, Bellarmine maintains, quote, that it is probable and can piously believe that the Supreme Pontiff not only cannot err as a pontiff, but also that as a particular person he cannot be a heretic by obstinately believing something false contrary to the faith. Then he provides two proofs for this position. First, because the gracious disposition of divine providence seems to require it. For the pontiff not only should not, but cannot preach heresy, but also should always teach the truth. And without doubt, sine dubio, he will do that since the Lord commanded him to confirm his brethren. The second proof is from the events of the past, ab eventu. Because there has never been a heretical pope up till now, or certainly it cannot be proved that any pontiff was a heretic, and Bellarmine had gone through 40 cases, the most prominent being Liberius, Honorius, John the 22nd, and so forth. And he said none of them really proved that these popes were actually heretics. So he says the fact that there's never been a heretical pope up till now is a sign that it cannot happen. Ergo signum est, non posse est. So Bellarmine and Suárez come together on this point of divine providence protection of the Catholic Church. So my conclusion is, in his volume De Fide, published posthumously in 1621, Suárez argues for the credibility of the Catholic faith by showing that human beings are directed towards God and have the ability to discern an authentic revelation by means of a participation in the divine life. The incarnation is the supreme revelation of God to the human race, but this revelation requires a living authority to interpret it properly. Suárez believes that there are clear deficiencies in the faiths of paganism, Islam, Judaism, and Protestant Christianity. He believes the truth is to be found fully in the Catholic Church because it possesses a living authority to interpret Scripture correctly and to uphold the faith infallibly. So thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Robert. So your questions, comments? So, Michael?
So at the beginning, thank you very much. In the beginning, when you were talking about accepting the truths of the faith, I was reminded of that thing that Descartes says somewhere, where he says, he's being sort of sly, right? He says, of course we should accept the existence of God on the basis of divine revelation. Other people might think that's circular reasoning, but, of course it isn't. But he's like sort of making it sound circular, it seems to me. I'm curious, then, does Suárez talk about whether the existence of God itself is part of what is believed on the basis of faith? And does he explain that just by saying that we're moved interiorly to accept it, or does he somehow find a way to say that we believe it as revealed and then talk about why that isn't circular?
Yeah, no, he certainly accepts the natural knowledge of God. And in the Disputationes Metaphysicae, he has a proof for the existence of God in Disputation 28, and he relies totally upon reason. So he believes that Muslims worship the one true God. And that's why there's nothing in their worship which is offensive to the natural law. So he says they should be given toleration. And he says the same about Jews. And of course, it's pretty certain that Suárez himself was of Jewish background, a conversos, a tradition. But in any case, he certainly believes that we can know the existence of God, but we could not know truths like the Incarnation or the Trinity. And that actually becomes dogma in the Catholic Church at Vatican I, with the dogmatic constitution on the Catholic faith. So there's a rejection at Vatican I of pure fideism, that those who say that the one true God cannot be known with certitude by the things that he has made, that is by natural reason, are anathematized. And it was two Jesuits believed to be the drafters of Dei Filius, and they were great readers not only of St. Thomas, but of Suárez. And that was Joseph Kreutgen and Johann Franzlin.
Okay, Richard?
Thanks for this wonderful presentation. I have a question about, so he's addressing the institutionalized bad guys like the Jews and the Muslims. Does he in his survey of fetus that goes wrong address the current heretics, like, say, Giordano or some natural philosophers, Telesio, I don't know. So whatever was available, does he address them who are not official competitors to the Catholic faith, but internally in Europe undermining the Catholic faith?
Yes, I think he does have some very critical words about Luther and Calvin. About the philosophers who are undermining the faith through bad philosophy, yes, he deals with them. He's sometimes very critical of Durandus, who was, of course, several centuries before. He believes that bad philosophy should be criticized on the basis of philosophy, and bad theology should be criticized on the basis of theology, but he mixes philosophy and theology together. You know, Julio Schotting now has written his doctoral thesis in Seville at Loyola University there, arguing that there's a Christological basis to Suárez's metaphysics. And you see that in the metaphysics, he gives examples from the Trinity and so on, but he does continue with that distinction between faith and reason. So he is critical of, let us say, the ontological argument, and he doesn't see these people as those who support it as offensive to the Catholic faith, like Anselm, but he just argues on the basis of reason. I'd have to go back to see whether he treats those specific persons you mentioned. That's very good to look for. Thank you.
So anyone else?
Thanks so much. So during your talk, you mentioned a couple points on which Suárez is sort of in lockstep with Bellarmine. Are there any places where his opinion diverges from Bellarmine? And if not, why not just read Bellarmine?
Well, yeah, I think it's good to read both. You know, we're celebrating now the 400th anniversary of the death of Bellarmine, so he deserves mention. Suárez is the better philosopher. Bellarmine is a controversialist. That's one reason. But Suárez was teaching theology, so he had to cover ecclesiology, which was developing very strongly in those days. Where does Suárez disagree? You know, Suárez is considered the systematizer of Mariology in his commentary on the third part of the Summa. So, as you know, St. Thomas has a few questions dealing with the Virgin Mary. Suárez expands it to like 336 pages of 2 columns each, and he systematizes Mariology. But Suárez believed the Immaculate Conception was definable, as well as the Assumption. Bellarmine believed in the Immaculate Conception. He hesitated to say it was definable. But I would say where Suárez is actually much stronger in philosophy and metaphysics, in legal philosophy too. So they each complement each other.
Okay. If there are no other questions, so Robert, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And let's go on with the second paper of this section. Okay, it's my pleasure to welcome and introduce Stuart Nicolson, who is going to deliver a paper called Apologetics Today in the Light of Scripture and the Second Vatican Council. So, Stuart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon. The field of apologetics has had little presence compared to other areas of theology over the last half century or more in Catholic circles. The fact that the Second Vatican Council documents did not include the word apologetics, even once, strongly points to the Council Fathers considering the field as not worth pursuing or even problematic. This position has developed to quite a significant extent. However, it is contrary to some of the documents of Vatican II, which echo the presence of apologetics in Scripture. The Council, in fact, included several mentions of apologetics in everything but name, which points to the strong probability that apologetics was never intended to be shut down. But it is arguable that a change of direction was intended through a quiet ressourcement. This change in approach points towards apologetics being a response within the wider field of Christian communication and education. This can take several forms, which all have the intention of communicating accuracy in Christian beliefs, whether regarding God or Christ or the Church. This, of course, can have an impact on some level on the approach of academia, which in some places has demoted apologetics to an unpopular corner of fundamental theology, or even to theological history. However, the Council and subsequent calls for apologetics to be renewed point us in the direction of a new apologetics. Therefore, this paper will show how the Council has been misinterpreted regarding apologetics for more than half a century, and what this means for us now. There have been debates for decades in Catholic theology regarding the hermeneutics of continuity or discontinuity regarding the Second Vatican Council. The omission of the term apologetics in the Council documents points to the Council Fathers intending in this area at least some kind of discontinuity. The impression shared by many historians and even contemporary witnesses is that this area of theology was outmoded, unnecessary, and even damaging to the Church and to Christians. And the whole idea of arguing and proving one's beliefs just did not fit with the times or the direction in which the Fathers were steering the Church. Claude Geoffrey's words are a powerful example of apologetics being rejected and how the new thinking became the norm. He said, "The term fundamental theology is now preferred to describe a Christian apologetics. It is not simply that in an age of dialogue the word apologetics is discredited. It is rather, and more profoundly, that we have become conscious of the weakness of apologetics when it pretends to prove the fact of revelation on historical grounds. We can only be sure of divine revelation within the experience of faith." Clearly, his approach is fundamentally different to established theology, as he discredits both the intentions of the field of apologetics and the possibility that we can know God objectively. Of course, 2 decades later, Pope John Paul II, in Fides et Ratio, however, places reason and faith as necessarily compatible to avoid fideism. Still today, in some places, there is the idea that apologetics is synonymous with enforced beliefs, catechetical control, and an authoritarianism with, albeit never actually said, a hint of inquisitorial enforcement. It is perceptible historically that this somewhat did take place, to varying extents at different times, different places, for different purposes. Certainly, from a postmodern standpoint, basic beliefs were demanded of children and adults that can be linked to apologetics being taught, all in the name of expectations. As with all types of education with disciplined learning, the border into enforcement can be crossed, but we cannot condemn a whole educational style and theological field just because of the misuse by some. The word apologia in Greek points us to 2 elements of apologetics: defense and explanation. In various biblical translations, it means defense, answer, or reason. In short, it is a response. This reflects the original context when the Christian message was regarded problematic, whether in argument or forum or in court. The original definition of apologetics is from the first letter of St. Peter, albeit apologetical content is clear in the Gospels, such as Jesus explaining his death on the way to Emmaus, or his words to Nicodemus, and throughout the book of Acts. 1 Peter 3:15-16 calls us, always be prepared to make a defense to anyone who calls you to account for the hope that is in you. This defines the content of apologetics, but then the style and approach is described. Yet do it with gentleness and reverence, and keep your conscience clear, so that, when you're abused, those who revile your good behavior in Christ may be put to shame. It is arguable that while apologetics over the centuries was variously successful regarding offering a defense or an argument, it too often forgot the second part, to do apologetics in a loving Christian manner. There were good arguments, but not always a good Christian witness. But the whole idea of responding, answering, and explaining why we have hope, why we believe, is repeated in another text. Everywhere on earth, all disciples of Christ must bear witness to Christ and give an answer to those who seek an account of that hope of eternal life which is in them. This is from Lumen Gentium, one of the big four documents of the Second Vatican Council. There is clearly a significant similarity between the above quotes, always everywhere, make a defense, give an answer, to give an account for one's hope. One should take note of the beginning of the Petrine quote. This is the requirement to always be prepared, or be ready in other versions. We're also called beforehand to be prepared in another, very similar text. The disciple has a grave obligation to Christ his Master, to grow daily in his knowledge of the truth he has received from him, to be faithful in announcing it and vigorous in defending it, without having recourse to methods which are contrary to the spirit of the gospel. Here in the Council's Dignitatis Humanae, the wording is even stronger than in Scripture. Here we have a grave obligation to develop our knowledge of the truth of Christ, to speak it accurately, and to be vigorous in defending the truth. And regarding how this should be done, it is in the spirit of the gospel. In this amplification of 1 Peter, it is clear that apologetics is indeed included and encouraged by the Council, as has very well been shown by Glenn Siniskalki in his book Retrieving Apologetics. It's an excellent book. A similar issue is identified by Cardinal Avery Dulles in his book Evangelization for the Third Millennium. There are also many references in the Council documents regarding evangelization that have not been properly implemented into the life of the Church, in spite of Pope Paul VI's follow-up apostolic exhortation Evangelii Nunciandi, and the support of subsequent quotes in the New Evangelization. Dulles confirms that our Christian faith should be shared without being diminished or hidden away, which requires being firm in our knowledge of our faith, which involves apologetical understanding. The element of apologetical preparation in both Scripture and Council is important. We are called not only to apologetical communication, interaction, dialogue, conversation, debate, etc., but also to be prepared, which requires education, catechesis, even training. Therefore, apologetics is about both defense and explanation. While apologetics is usually regarded as presenting Christian beliefs to those who a priori disagree, developing an understanding of apologetical content beforehand is also apologetics. Thus, a distinction can be made. Reactive apologetics is a response to objections concerning Christian beliefs, while preparing Christians by building them up in their faith, may be called pre-active. Of course, apologetical debate during preparation can take place regarding the meaning and interpretation of anything from scripture and council documents to influential authors and papal interviews. Apologetics is part of a communication spectrum consisting of evangelization, apologetics, catechesis. Reactive apologetics, although it has its own separate identity, often blends together with one or the other of its neighbours on that spectrum of three. The evangelist will soon be answering questions or doubts, while the catechist will face questions seeking deeper meaning or solving perceived misunderstandings or wrongful perceptions, as the apologetics becomes more pre-active. Nevertheless, all three are distinct yet overlapping types of communication with varying types of educational content. A youth or adult who is evangelized, who then questions, may then convert, then make solemn promises and grow in his faith. There is a journey of education. Similarly, the child brought up in the faith should be educated in the faith. St. Paul describes why education in our faith is so important, so that we may no longer be children, tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine, by the cunning of men, by their craftiness in deceitful wiles. Rather, speaking the truth in love, we are to grow up in every way into him who is the head, into Christ. If one is prepared with apologetical understanding, then one cannot be easily swayed by every wind of doctrine. Any child growing up, or new convert, or even established Christian who's not educated in the reasons for believing and having hope in Christ, is more vulnerable to doubt, attractive arguments, and temptations to wander from the faith. The Council's document, Grafissimum Educationis, lists the goals of Christian education, including being conformed in their personal lives according to the new man, created in justice and holiness of truth, that they develop into perfect manhood to the mature measure of the fullness of Christ, and, aware of their calling, they learn not only how to bear witness to the hope that is in them, but also how to help in the Christian formation of the world. Therefore, the Council not only connects the development of the Christian with apologetics and preparation for apologetics to help in the Christian formation of the world, it also intrinsically connects apologetics into education, which can be applied to the formation of both adults and children. In this sense, apologetics is mostly about explanation. This should be education in how to help others understand, as well as how to defend oneself against moments of personal doubt, or when another person casts doubt. After all, unsurprisingly, a 2019 Pew Research survey of American Christians found that the longer time children receive religious education, the more questions they can answer correctly about Christianity as adults. Fairly obvious. However, it is safe to say that Catholic education in the faith has been neglected despite the Council's teachings. Today, education in the faith is weak overall and sporadic in its quality and quantity. This is ably shown in the above-mentioned Pew Research survey, which included nearly 2,000 American Catholics. Only 31% of these believe in the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, with 69% believing the bread and wine are merely symbols. Most of the 31% knew this was church teaching, but 2% actually thought the church teaches it's only symbolic, and they were going against church teaching. Additional findings include, painfully, Of the 69% believing in symbols, 22% knew the Catholic Church teaching of the real presence but rejected it. And 43% thought they were following church teaching. Exactly half of all Catholics surveyed knew the teaching on the real presence, but 45% thought that the Catholic Church teaches the Eucharist is merely a symbol. Regarding weekly or more frequent Mass attendees, 63% believe in the real presence, not even 2/3. Of those under 40 years of age, only 23% both know and believe the teaching, with 27% knowing it but rejecting it, and 50% not knowing what the Church teaches. Overall, only 28% knew Catholic teaching and follow it. The initial problem is that many do not know the basic teaching on what the Catechism describes as the source and summit of the Christian life, Lumen Gentium. But also problematic is that many who know the teaching choose to reject it. So either their understanding of the church teaching is poorly formed, or their rejection is through not understanding the ability and the authority of the church to teach about the faith. Nevertheless, the need for both apologetics and catechetics in this area is abundantly clear. Bishop Robert Barron, Los Angeles Auxiliary, described the survey's findings as, quote, a massive failure on the part of Catholic educators and catechists, evangelists, teachers, and a deeply disturbing statistic. He recognizes that something has gone substantially wrong, and that there are those in the church today that want to drive a wedge between apologetics or catechesis or the intellectual on the one hand, and then being friendly and reaching out to people on the other hand. And then he asks, how's that worked out for us? And he describes the outcome as, what we're seeing is the bitter fruit of it. That's what happens when you utterly bracket the apologetic, the catechetical, the intellectual. He then goes on to blame himself, bishops, priests, everybody. And personally speaking, I don't think it is an American problem. I've come across it in my experience everywhere. The problem is that while Catholics receive a significantly diminished faith input, they are surrounded by what Paul warns of. Every wind of doctrine, by the cunning of men, by their craftiness in deceitful wiles. Television, popular media, especially music, social media, popular culture, present a normalization of a lack of faith, morals, rational thinking, and Christianity in almost any form. What is portrayed regarding Christianity is either extreme forms or weak and diluted forms. The extreme is vilified. Thus, so are all Christians who seek to be in the world but not of the world. Nominal Christians are tolerated by the general culture, which encourages the real-life weak Christian to continue on the path that will never help in the Christian formation of the world. So on whose shoulders do Scripture and the Council place the responsibility for apologetical preparation? Firstly, and most clearly, recalling Bishop Barron, it is the responsibility of all of us to be prepared for apologetics, for it is a grave obligation, dignitatis humanae. This affirms the short letter of Jude, which addresses the faithful who have false teachers and bad spiritual influences among them. Build yourselves up, he encouraged, on your most holy faith, and to contend for the faith which was once for all delivered to the saints. He completes the apologetical list and convince some who doubt. But whose responsibility for others to be formed in the faith? The Council is more specific. Parents are bound by the most serious obligation to educate their offspring and therefore must be recognized as the primary and principal educators. And also that pastors of souls have a most serious obligation to see to it that all the faithful, but especially the youth, who are the hope of the church, enjoy this Christian education. Similarly, the Council's decree on bishops, Christus Dominus, states that they should also guard that doctrine, teaching the faithful to defend and propagate it. Therefore, it is the solemn duty of the Church, from bishops to parents, to ensure that the faithful are built up in the faith, thus educated to be ready to explain and defend their Christian hope and faith, so that they can fulfill the Council's Dei Verbum's words, the unequivocal call to fight in defense of the faith handed on once and for all. Strong words. Which is remarkably similar to Jude 3, to contend for the faith which was once for all delivered to the saints. But there is another group addressed in Gaudium et Spes 62, which states that theologians, within the requirements and methods proper to theology, are invited to seek continually for more suitable ways of communicating doctrine to the men of their times. This document requests that the teachings of Christianity are increasingly effectively passed on to the faithful through the work of academics. The document continues, clarifying that the deposit of faith or the truths are one thing, and the manner in which they are enunciated in the same meaning and understanding is another. Thus, more effective ways of communicating the faith, including apologetics, need to be developed. The Council Fathers extend the fields addressed. In pastoral care, sufficient use must be made not only of theological principles, but also of the findings of the secular sciences, especially of psychology and sociology, so that the faithful may be brought to a more adequate and mature life of faith. Thus, the call is to bring non-theological subject matter into the development and education of Christians, not to replace theology, but to integrate the different fields where possible. This is even confirmed by Pope Francis in Evangelii Gaudium. A long quote, but if you look at around line 6 there, the credibility, a creative apologetics which would encourage greater openness to the gospel on the part of all. The similarity of this quote, number 132, if you want to look it up, the similarity to Gaudium et Spes and his use of the word apologetics confirms for us that some level of continuity has taken place. A key apologetical aspect needing to be emphasized was the approach and style of apologetics at the time of the Council. The wording of Scripture and the Council documents points to more than simply justifying a position or even winning a debate. 1 Peter, do it with gentleness and reverence. Keep your conscience clear so that when you're abused, those who revile your good behavior in Christ may be put to shame. Dignitatis Humanae, be vigorous in defending it without having recourse to methods which are contrary to the spirit of the gospel. We are being called to help in the Christian formation of the world. We are helping build up others. As we speak of our hope, our faith, we are participating with the word on some level as it goes out. Isaiah 55, so shall my word be that goes forth from my mouth. It shall not return to me empty. It shall accomplish that which I purpose and prosper in the thing for which I sent it. Apologists are participating in the work of the sower. We are sowing seeds, which may take time to grow or may never do so. Our apologetical task is not to win the argument at any cost, but it's more to sow seeds and leave God to follow up. And we may be involved in that, or we might not. Indeed, the best thing we can do is to pray for the person who's receiving the apologetical content. Both Peter and the Council emphasize having a Christian manner, which is so much more than just being a nice Christian, as Bishop Barron pointed out. The apologist is acting as an ambassador of Christ, turning the world upside down. If we're certain of our argument, we should be confident but humble. Thus, the apologist is participating in the formation of the listener, participating in some way in the divinization or theosis of the person. In turn, by participating with grace, the listener receives the words of the apologist, who is acting as an ambassador of Christ. And those words are like a seed that can grow if nurtured. But this is impossible if we obstruct the flow of grace, not allowing God to work, if we stride into battle against those terrible unconverted sinners and unbelievers, slaying their pitiful arguments with pride in our hearts and in our words, which is the manner of some apologists of the past, occasionally even today. But this is how some today perceive the apologists of the past, who approached their task in different times with different norms. And this contributes to an image that is part accurate and part caricature. C.S. Lewis describes it as chronological snobbery, the uncritical acceptance of the intellectual climate common to our own age, and the assumption that whatever has gone out of date is on that account discredited. In the past, manners and styles were different, and men did wear swords. One today may even wince at some words of the early church fathers, such as Irenaeus' mockery of Gnostics, naming the eons. His comical suggestions are gourd, emptiness, cucumber, and melon. But he did this while he was helping his flock, refuting Gnosticism to them. Yet modern Gnostic scholars focus on this as a reason to dismiss Irenaeus, depicting the soon-to-be Doctor of Unity of the Church as, quote, ranting, suspicious, one who denounces, heresy hunter, and indeed not nice. Regardless of whether we agree with the Bishop of Lyon, who was writing pastorally and protecting his flock by educating them, the brief, light-hearted treatment of the Gnostics has allowed his modern-day opponents to concentrate on his perceived attitude and not the content of his words. Basically, those who already agreed are amused, those swaying are strengthened, and those already against him have an excuse not to engage with the message. We need to be careful. Different times meant different contexts and different reasons for apologetics. The early apologists, Paul in Acts, Justin Martyr's dialogues, Irenaeus' pastoral protectiveness, were working under very different conditions than we are today. And both these times are vastly different to high Christendom, when Jews and Muslims were mostly the focus apologetically. In the 19th century, apologists were dealing with the upstarts who were undermining the as yet unrecognized fragility of Christian society. And too often, they offered standard arguments with some disdain, while their opponents too often came across to the audience as more believable. An intrinsic benefit of following the Petrine and conciliar call to act in a Christian manner is that the apologist takes care of how his message comes across to the recipient as well as to others. leading to a developing awareness and the desire to be received appropriately. After all, the communication is dialogical for the apologist, even if it is not necessarily for the recipient. Therefore, apologetics must adapt to its time and context, and this means, to some extent, also its purpose. Particularly in these postmodern times, the message is easily rejected if it does not appeal, so the apologist and his message must be of interest. In a postmodern, consumerist world, the apologist is competing with a myriad of ideas and interests that are often antithetical. Without adaptation, the apologist can present Christian truth as unappealing to those overwhelmed with an overabundance of different truths, postmodern style. An ambassador of Christ must reflect on some level the person of Christ and his message, which includes a loving Christian manner. The capability of being ready to respond, to defend or explain requires a lengthy and sustained development of the person in knowledge, awareness, communication ability, and most of all, faith, hope, and love. It is an ongoing and lifelong development that cannot be supplied merely by a church-run course for a few weeks, experience of arguing online, or a master's degree. Rather, apologetics should be integral to the formation of every Christian. Instead, too often, parents leave formation to schools or church, and the church leaves this to the parents, while Christian schools in some countries offer something or not, and secular schools offer religious syncretism or not. The Church does, however, have one very significant document on the Vatican website. Cardinal William Lavada, during the papacy of Benedict XVI, described in The Urgency of New Apologetics for the Church in the 21st century, he described the need for apologetics as perennial, stating that a new apologetics is not only timely but urgent from both the scientific and the pastoral point of view. He defines a new apologetics as including a focus on the beauty of God's creation, having clarity, humanity, confidence, and prudence, recognizing art, music, and the saints as apologetical strengths. That was from Benedict. And being more attentive to the mystery and the beauty of Catholic worship as a foreshadowing of the new heavens and the new earth, envisioned in 2 Peter and the book of Revelation. Clearly, to achieve this, a deeper Christianization of education of the faithful across all ages is needed, and we can recall Gaudium et Spes. Levada states that a new apologetics will have its scientific basis in a renewed fundamental theology, where faith and reason, credibility and truth are explored as necessary foundations of the Catholic Christian faith. He quotes Cardinal Francis George, who wrote that a new apologetics must therefore be grounded in a philosophy that grants the sciences their rightful autonomy, but not a hegemony. It must make use of a philosophy that is open to contemporary concepts, especially those that promote an appreciation for human subjectivity and for the centrality of human freedom in our experience. In an effective apologetics, reason finds itself strengthened in its dialogue with faith, and vice versa. Levada furthers the academic influence on apologetics. We need to pursue the dialogue with science and technology. Many scientists speak of their personal faith, yet the public face of science is resolutely agnostic. Here is a fertile and necessary field for dialogue, and among the questions that most need attention today is that of evolution in relation to the doctrine of creation. For if our position is that God created everything, then the development of Christian-infused science a coming together of theology and the natural sciences again is important. Levada speaks also of practical theology in apologetics, the witness of our lives as believers who put our faith into practice by work for justice and charity, as followers who imitate Jesus our Master, is an important dimension of our credibility as dialogue partners in a time of new apologetics. But Cardinal George reminds us to put our own house in order first. Apologetics is important, first of all, within the Church herself. We need to give reasons for the faith, not only to enlighten those who do not share it, but also to strengthen those within the household of the faith. Therefore, while ensuring firm apologetical preparation, we should work towards apologetics being fused with natural sciences, social sciences, theological sciences, and philosophy to develop more Christians with apologetical capabilities who can explain their faith when called upon and to help in the Christian formation of the world. A good practical example of what we can do is the retired Anglican Bishop of Durham and theologian Nicholas Thomas Wright, who published academic books as N.T. Wright, while offering more easily readable books on the same topics as Tom Wright. It was useful, you could tell which level it was working at, thus reaching a much wider audience with quality content. Levada shares his wider vision. Today's task requires an ever greater coherence between faith and life by the one who gives an explanation or defense of his belief and hope in Christ. He reminds us that a new apologetics can also learn from the old apologetics, while emphasizing that a new apologetics must be a loving and non-defensive, but nonetheless clear response to the arguments against the Catholic faith. He recognizes that the apologist is participating in something greater than the need to win the argument, saying, our ability to articulate the full vision of truth, charity, and justice is essential to ensure that such witness and action is not just a passing phase, but can make a lasting contribution to the creation of civilization of love. So to conclude, apologetics as a field for Catholics has been diminished significantly since the Second Vatican Council. However, the Council documents call for apologetical preparation and activity in several places, echoing Scripture. While Dulles has highlighted how evangelization is similarly not developed according to the Council's intentions, later Levada called for a new apologetics. The emphasis on preparation for apologetical activity in Scripture and the Council indicates the need for education, catechesis, and the development of the Christian person. Being prepared, the Christian is called to engage in apologetical response when called upon in dialogue with those who share the faith and those who do not, whether explaining or defending. And whether parents, teachers, catechists, clergy or theologians or philosophers, we're all responsible as Christians to be prepared and to help others prepare effectively to respond regarding our faith. Our role is twofold as academics: to continue to deal with the detail, to seek deeper as we already do, while seeking ways to develop apologetics in other areas, and to support directly, where possible, the formation and preparation of the faithful, and to help others overcome misunderstandings, to help them on their life journey and hopefully their faith journey. Thank you.
So thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
So your questions?
Thank you for the talk. That was really interesting. What do you think, how should we today as budding apologists or apologists, like what method do you think would be most effective for us? Like I can think of like Dostoevsky and Balthazar sort of like want to lead with beauty.
Sorry, second.
Dostoevsky and Balthazar, for example, want to lead with like beauty, and that what brings people in. You're quoting a number of people who seem like really placing more emphasis on the sciences and social sciences will be helpful, and then there's sort of the old school apologetics, which sort of lets philosophy and theology take the lead. Should we just sort of let 1,000 flowers bloom and let everyone do what they're good at, or is there one of these methods that you think would be better than another, or how do you think we should proceed?
To be very honest, I think the first thing you need to do is pray. Which is not the academic answer, of course, but I think is very important, because even in a practical sense, apart from the grace he's received, it gives perspective. And the worst thing you can do as an apologist is to jump in too quickly. Be prepared. Step back, be ready, listen to what people say, read what they write, and think about it. And one of the great things is to sleep on it. You gain a much better perspective in the morning. But I would say to be prepared is to read, listen, take in as much as you possibly can, and don't rush into it. But opportunities will come along, and there will be times where you make a complete mess of it. That's normal in human interaction. But the key, perhaps, is to don't try to win the argument. I think that's been too much of the first part of 1 Peter. It's too much of the content in the past. And I would say, going back even to the early church, what we know of it, what we know of the history of apologetics is very good arguments, many times, but the delivery and reaching the person is often problematic. Too often we speak from a position of authority rather than a position of love. And let's face it, we are responding partly to correct, because we want to represent God, be his ambassador, but also we want to show the person that they're wrong. But how often in any form of life, unless you have authority, how often do you actually win an argument and the person says, good point, I'll follow what you say now? It often takes that person to go away, think about it, if they're a Christian, pray about it, and let God nurture the seeds. You've sown the seeds, go away, pray for the person, see what happens. So, lots in there. Apologetics is a presentation of the faith. So, present the faith.
Hi there, thank you. How far do you think the responsibility to be perceived as not mean-spirited goes when nowadays it seems to even hold to the position that one person is right and the other person is wrong is sort of in itself perceived as narrow-minded and mean-spirited. So, in other words, when we are communicating with others and trying to, bring them closer to the truth, how far does the responsibility go to do so in quote a Christian manner, and how do we do that?
Partly that depends upon what opportunity you have, and partly it depends on the situation. You're right to say that today, postmodernism, relativism, your truth is this, my truth is that. What do you do with that? All you can do is, perhaps more than any time in the past, be a salesperson, be a salesman or saleswoman for God. You're presenting a product, really, in a sense of you're presenting ideas and saying, this is what I'm about, this is what God's about, take it or leave it. And again, they're unlikely to take it right away. They might, but at that point. But a very interesting book which sprung to mind there as you were speaking was Peter Kreeft's Jacob's Ladder, I think it's called. He works over, it was a few years ago I read it, he works over 15 chapters where he step by step takes someone who's completely relativistic in their thinking and unpacks their thinking and slowly presents more and more of the idea of God. And by the time roughly around chapter 10, the person accepts, okay, God, okay, I can accept that. He then moves on to Christ for several chapters, and then he moves on to the church. And it's really interesting because that is classical apologetics to a postmodern relativist using Socratic dialogue. It's a fascinating book, and it really is worth reading and just sit back and say, wow. So it depends on the opportunity you have. It depends on the situation, really.
Michael?
I feel maybe this is a little too vague or open-ended. I fear that, but I just want to sort of see what you say about this. I was struck by something you said when you were talking about what people have to do to be well prepared to be apologists. And you mentioned a lot of things that were sort of moral virtues, not jumping in too fast, not trying to beat the other person down. But you also talked about just how well prepared you have to be. One year in my parish, I was part of the group of people who helped the catechumens. And it struck me how sometimes these catechumens, their questions were so poorly formulated, which was understandable, that you needed to know, you needed to know a lot of theology just to figure out what their question was. And so this sort of thought, I think a lot of people have the thought that these people are beginners, so the people who are teaching them don't need to know very much. But that was exactly wrong.
The opposite, really.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, I feel like there's a sort of broad need in dioceses or whatever to just produce extremely large numbers of people who actually know something.
Yes.
And both as a preparation for going out. Is there anything that can be done to move the needle on this?
Talk more about the Second Vatican Council, about how it promoted apologetics quietly. Yes. It's one of the main problems in certain parts of the world, including here, that if you mention apologetics, people go, oh no, we don't do that anymore. And even for people, I remember in my parish back in the United Kingdom a decade ago, I said to people, several people, do you think people should learn more about their faith? Yes. Do you think people should learn why they believe in God, Christ, church? And yes. Do you think people should learn how to share these ideas with others? Yes. You've just said that you agree with apologetics being promoted. Really? And one person did say to me in this country, why do you still use the word apologetics? I said, well, that's because it's what it's called. Yes, but it's got such a bad name, you should use a different word. So let's try and resurrect the word apologetics, really. And, if you can say, here it is in the Vatican Council, here it is in the writings of every pope since the Vatican Council. Here's Levada's words, which are excellent. Please read it if you have interest to do so. And the book I mentioned, Glenn Skalki's Retrieving Apologetics, I have it at the back there. An excellent book which covers so much, including the historical Jesus was mentioned, I think, a day or two ago. There's Thomism in there, there's all sorts. So it's just a case of quietly spreading the word of apologetics. And maybe even using the word apologetics.
Okay. So if not, may I have one quick question related to, so can one say that the Second Vatican Council somehow supplements, is compatible with this, former approach? Because these two, the old apologetics doesn't seem to me to be incompatible with the new trend. So it's only the questions of emphasis. Yep. The Second Vatican Council seems to lay the emphasis on the manner, on the way how we should talk to the unbelievers, but it does not rule out the assumptions that we should be well equipped with the arguments, with the knowledge about the faith. It seems to me compatible.
100%. It's completely compatible in content. It's how you then package it. It's how you then communicate it, how you share it. A lot of that has changed, partly because of media, partly because of the more open church, partly because of different relations amongst people in society. I would really recommend anyone interested in apologetics, which also answers what you were talking about. There is a book, Archbishop Michael Sheehan. He wrote basically a manual of classical apologetics. It was written for high school pupils of, I think, 16 to 17-year-olds. And it was 1 million copies were sold, and it's been republished 10, 15 years ago. Not very well known now, but when you look at what those 16 and 17-year-olds were learning, it's now what we're learning in master degrees. That's the level we're working at. When I did my master's degree in the UK, they said, use this, it's your foundation. And I have used it in my doctoral degree as well as part of the, so it is that good. It's very well presented. Archbishop Michael Sheehan, Apologetics and Catholic Doctrine. And it shows how apologetics spans the two eras of pre and post council. But I would simply say that the key point is the second part of 1 Peter. It's the do it in a Christian manner. It was always before about proving the other one wrong, about making your argument, about saying, no, it's not. Gilbert Keith Chesterton had a bit of bluster about him. It upsets some people today. But maybe we can't quite do what he did, but the message is exactly the same. But a lot of the focus, of course, is in this about we need to do the second part. So.
David has got a question. Do you have questions?
Thank you very much for your very nice and instructive paper. You have mentioned that since the Second Vatican Council, apologetics diminished. And I am convinced that there must have been some philosophical presuppositions, that some philosophical doctrines spread out, and they must have helped to create this attitude towards apologetics. So my question is, do you see some philosophical doctrines or theses that helped to create this scenario?
I think a lot of the movement post-Vatican Council was to transform what remained of apologetics into fundamental theology, that unpopular corner, and package it away as something that used to be done, but we don't really do that now. It became a sort of narrative that developed in the post-Vatican times of change and everything new, everything different from the past, and a certain watering down of certain areas. So it became more and more something that people ran with, not everywhere, because of course in the 1980s in America there was a great revival of apologetics, and of course when I speak today of places that really don't do apologetics, in America people do apologetics, but of course we need to improve it as well there. In the UK there is some, not a lot, but some, and other parts as well. But I think it's, the voices within academia, which is of course a great strength in terms of, creating and developing the narrative, but also within the church, that new opening the windows and sometimes forgetting what was already there and moving on too quickly. And I think the saying is dumping the baby with the bathwater. Sometimes we need to go back and check everything was actually worthwhile in the first place. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay. So if there are no other questions, so Stuart, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let us have 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 10-minute break. Okay, so we can slowly move on. Podává se dobrá jako strava. So the last paper will be given by Lukáš, and it's titled, it's a quite long title, Towards a To-Do List for the Handmaid, on the possible role of Catholic philosophy in dealing with the present crisis of faith. So Lukáš, floor is yours.
I have strategically chosen the last slot in order to have the opportunity to shorten my talk if necessary. So I think you needn't be afraid that I will talk too long. Talking about the crisis of the church, it would seem to me that it's quite obvious that there is a crisis of the church. On the other hand, it sometimes seems to me that the church itself kind of doesn't perceive it. So perhaps I should give some reasons why it seems to me that there indeed is a crisis in the church. So to establish the premise of my talk. It won't be anything like detailed analysis, just a few marks that should give us pause, I would say. For example, it seems that the church once used to be a cultural leader. Now, the significance of the church in the worldwide culture seems to be quite marginal. Isn't that odd? The churches once used to be the most beautiful buildings there were. Nowadays, well, I'm not so sure. Secular music used to be the highest form of music. Is it now? Well, I doubt that. Yeah? Secular paint was the most beautiful one, etc., etc. Yeah? The church used to exert huge influence on the culture, the thought, and the entire society in the past. Nowadays, it's quite the other way around. The church itself seems to be shaped by the spirit of the time, not vice versa, as it used to be. Then there is such thing as the decline of religious orders, decline of vocations, reduction of parishes, sale of churches. That matter Stuart was in a very detailed way presenting concerning the actual state of faith on Eucharist in the United States, and it's similar in many other countries, I would say. And also, in my personal experience, it seems to me that we as Christians, well, I will speak in this correct way, very often feel increasingly embarrassed and ashamed about the past practices of the church, about certain dogmata, moral stances. For example, the encyclical Casti Connubii is sort of thing no one somehow seems to take seriously nowadays. And the same fate seems to happen to Humane Vitae, progressively. Yeah? And then there are those horrible scandals of sexual abuse and so on. So it's just several signs that something is not in order with the church and that it's serious. Yeah? The church seems to be in a very bad shape nowadays. So the question is, what are the causes? And there are different opinions. Someone might say that, well, it's quite natural, there are good times, there are bad times, it goes up and down, okay, so we are living in bad times nowadays, but it will go better perhaps a century later, well. But it seems to me that this answer won't do, because the church is a supernatural institution. It was established by Christ for a supernatural purpose, saving the souls. And therefore, if it fails, it's not something that we should expect to happen. It's not, well, the church shouldn't obey some natural principles of fluctuation or whatever. It's established by Christ, it has certain purpose, and if it fails, it must be somebody's fault, so to speak. Yeah. It's not just a natural phenomenon. Someone might say, well, but in the past there wasn't such a great hostility of the world. It used to be much easier to be a Catholic, for example, in the Middle Ages, etc. But the question is, if the world is hostile, it seems to be the fault of the church. How did it ever become so hostile when once the church was controlling the Western civilization? What happened? So it seems there first must have gone something wrong in the church to allow the world to become hostile to the church. It's a failure of the church in the first place that the world is hostile to the church. It's not an excuse. Another answer may be bad liturgy. Yeah? Liturgical traditionalists would say that, well, there was a great decline of liturgy, and because the way we pray is the way we believe, that resulted in decline in faith, in all sorts of other bad things. I think that this might be part of the problem, yeah? But it is not the root of the problem, it seems to me. It can be the sole cause, because even the deterioration of liturgy has some causes. Now, Professor Sousedík's idea is that not maybe the only cause, but an important ingredient or important contributor to the overall crisis of the church is the crisis of the faith. A wholesale global loss of morale, so to speak. Yeah? We just are no more confident in believing what we officially are believing. And Sousedík's hypothesis, or perhaps thesis, is that the crisis of faith is at least partially caused by bad philosophy. In particular, wrong understanding of the nature of man and his relation to the history. That in the modern view, man is conceived as an immanent being whose end or purpose is within the history. So there's the modern idea of progress, of perpetual perfection of man within the confines of history. Whereas Christian faith presupposes that the end of man is outside of history. It's transcendent, and it's supernatural, and it's eternity, yeah, so to speak. And there, of course, is a whole set of philosophical presuppositions and reasons for this particular anthropological turn or an anthropological theory, so to speak. Now, what I feel is that Sousedík's thesis is
strongly influenced by his Thomism, by the Thomistic view that philosophy has a strong sort of autonomy, that philosophy provides the natural foundation of faith and theology. Therefore, it's kind of independent, autonomous, the first step, so to speak, and the natural foundation, and faith and theology is some kind of supernatural superstructure which rests upon philosophy. I don't intend to contest this view radically, but I'm more and more inclined to take more and more seriously the Franciscan view that good philosophy itself somehow is conditioned by faith due to the original sin. Yeah? That it's difficult to be a good philosopher without also being a Christian. Yeah? Therefore, there is not just simple one-direction causality, but kind of mutual interdependence or something like that. Of course, the matter is probably much more complicated, but I'm simplifying all the time, of course. Yeah. But still, it seems that irrespective of the genetic question, what was first, hen or egg, it seems clear that hostile philosophy is a strong obstacle to any regeneration of solid faith. Hence, it seems that the task of a Christian or Catholic philosopher should be, in the present crisis of faith, or which is the main ingredient of the crisis of church, to work to restore sound philosophy and to enable the restoration of faith, which is Sousedík's project, as I understand it. So, well, the fact is, we do not live in happy times when philosophy could be done for the sheer pleasure of intellectual discovery. Yeah? It's not so. It's not the times of Aquinas or Scotus. Yeah? We live in a crisis, perhaps the most intensive one in the whole church history. And therefore, qua Christian philosophers, we cannot ignore that. So what should we do? Yeah. And, well, I don't have any very systematic and complex answer to that question. This is absolutely beyond the scope of this talk and beyond my abilities. But I would just like to suggest several topics, a kind of to-do list for the Christian philosopher, what I personally perceive as important fields of philosophical work which should be done in order to help to restore sound philosophy, so that to enable sound theology and provide some foundation for the restoration of faith. Okay, because it's a list, I can skip items, which is the good thing. One of quite important things, I think, is restoring the sensitivity for the value of truth in face of the modern postmodernism and nihilism, etc. And it seems to me that we need a sort of radical epistemology. We need to vindicate what I would call noetic realism, the belief that we indeed can reach reality with our cognitive faculties, that truth is possible, that certainty is possible. And in some non-dogmatic way,
We just cannot say, well, it's obvious, no one can rationally doubt it, and that's all. Yeah? The classical Thomist answer or neo-Thomist answer. Yeah? I think this is insufficient. We need actually to do the noetic work. And connected with this is, I think, to find some solid arguments to reject idealism of any sort. What is idealism? There's different meanings in different mouths, but what I mean by idealism is just the belief that the distinction between reality and cognition of reality is somehow blurred or denied, because that in effect implies deification of man. Yeah? If human cognition shapes or produces reality, or the being of reality is the same as it's being cognized by man, then it turns man into God ultimately, just like in Hegel or Fichte or so. I think another more concrete topic connected with this task or project is a vindication of certain substantial theories like theory of abstraction, theory of truth, and theory of predication. And here I can mention what Gyula Klima was talking about, the via antiqua semantics. I can very much agree with that. Via antiqua semantics, or the realistic approach to the nature of concepts. Because as I understand it, that via antiqua semantics is based on Avicenna's idea that one and the same thing, one and the same nature, can be both real, individual, and cognized qua universal. Yeah? And the task of semantics is to elaborate and explain this, and how is it possible. So it's just an implication of the fact that we indeed can, by our reason, universally thinking reason, grasp individual things qua universal. We can grasp universal characteristics of individual things. And to this must be connected the theory of predication, which is kind of a mirror image of the theory of abstraction. You abstract universal and you predicate it back. And theory of truth. When you predicate the concept back of the individual, then it either fits or doesn't fit, and this is the notion of truth, or truth value. Next, I think what we very badly need is some real sound anthropology based on essentialist principles. Yeah? We need to be able to defend such things as reasonably correct set of human rights. So we need to have the right items in and the wrong items out. Yeah? Both is important. Yeah? We need a correct list of human goods, what is worth striving for a man. And especially nowadays, we need a sound theory of what sex is. Yeah? Because what is man, what is human, what's a woman? Is it essential characteristic? Is it a proper accident? Is it connected with individuality or what? I think this is something which isn't clear even in the scholastic tradition. Yeah? Or there is no entirely satisfactory solution I know of. And in order to have this, we need, I think, what I call sophisticated essentialism. Essentialism as such I call just the doctrine that there are there are necessary properties. This is essentialism, full stop. And what I call sophisticated essentialism is the theory that makes distinction between properties which are constitutive for the essence of the subject and properties which flow from the essence, so the proper accidents or so. Why we need that? We need that because only if something of this sort is a fact, if reality really is shaped in this way, then, or only then, there can be something like non-trivial, universal and necessary knowledge about man. Only if this is this is the case, there are non-trivial necessary properties of man which are not defined into man's essence but flow non-trivially from it. This non-trivial implication or necessary connection between essence and proper accidents is something which is also it's a crucial point, I think, of sound metaphysical philosophy, because this is precisely the point which was problem for Kant. Yeah? And Kant, in order to save universal and necessary knowledge of real objects, believed that he has to subjectivize, or that he has to make his Copernican turn and to ground this sort of necessity in the subject. Yeah? And we have to find a way how to vindicate that there indeed is such a necessity, but that it is grounded in the thing itself. Okay, and then there are some other items I will just skim through quickly, like I think that we need to rethink holomorphism. Well, it seems to me that in the scholastic tradition there is not just one holomorphism, there are two very distinct holomorphisms. And in order to have anthropology right, to have some sound understanding of what human soul is, etc., we need to be clear about what form and matter is. And then rethinking the philosophy of nature, and last but not least, natural theology, proofs of God's existence. It's a dogma of faith that we can know by natural reason that God exists. So we should be able to provide this or to communicate this possible knowledge we officially believe is possible. Yeah? And it should be done in a convincing and if possible, evident way. Yeah. Okay, so in my last 3 minutes, I would like also to mention some dangers or temptations I perceive to threaten contemporary Catholic philosophers. Yeah. In pursuing these tasks I listed. One of them is, I think, being immersed in trivialities and marginalities, yeah, like selecting some very special topic, diving into and spend a whole life analyzing something which ultimately only the author himself understands. Yeah. It's a temptation, yeah. It's my temptation as well. Yeah. I think we should avoid that. Another temptation, I think, is a kind of loss of the sense for truth, kind of indifferentism, which I think is a threat, especially for teachers. Yeah? We have to teach all sorts of philosophical doctrines to the students, and naturally we want to show them that they all somehow make sense, that all somehow are valuable, etc. And it seems to me that it's quite easy to lose from sight the view of truth. We shouldn't cease to ask which of the doctrine is true and which is false. And if we believe justifiably that some doctrine is false, we should tell it to the students, I think. And let them examine our arguments, let them disagree, but they should know we care about truth. On the other hand, we should be aware of that we shouldn't fall victim to kind of philosophical hybris, I would say, yeah, because we should care about truth, but we should be aware that we are fallible. We have the obligation to follow what we perceive as truth, but we should be aware that we just can be in error sometimes. Yeah. Another item, fashionability. Yeah. Well, there are topics that become fashionable, and this shouldn't be the reason why we should just start doing them, because it's just what people nowadays do, and grants are granted for money is granted for doing that, etc. Yeah. We should resist the temptation. And my last item, what I call academic business. Yeah. What I mean is one becomes professional, one delivers lectures, goes to conferences, writes articles, and so on, and it becomes sort of automatic professional engagement, which somehow is in danger of losing the substance of why we are doing it. Yeah. What's the purpose of all that? It's not just that we have to earn money somehow, but there's some purpose. Yeah. Okay, and to conclude, I think we should perceive the importance of sound philosophy for the restoration of Christian faith and of the church ultimately. On the other hand, we shouldn't think that we are the saviors who will save the church. It's a nonsense. Yeah? It's not even so that we need God's help to help us to do so. Yeah? I think even in this way it's wrongly put, because it's not our project with which God can help us. We must ask, what's God's project in which we are called to participate? Yeah. And it well may be so that in order to be good philosophers, we must be prepared even to give up philosophy and turn to some other task, should God so wish. Yeah. So I think only if we adopt this stance, then we could be, in fact, good Christian philosophers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lukáš, for very personal confessions of your philosophical belief, I would say. And I open the discussion. Michael?
So, first of all, thank you very much. I liked a lot of that. Well, I liked all of it. There's something I want to mention. Maybe it's just a question of emphasis, but it seems to me something that needs to be thought through carefully. So one could take what you have here and say, you see, in the good old days, Catholic philosophy had a lot of agreement on realism about truth, substantive theories about abstraction, semantics, a sounder anthropology, and all that. And that's actually true, right? And this meeting would never have happened because everybody would have just been a Thomist, and the Scotists and all those other people would shut up. And you were allowed to. I remember one of my graduate professors in graduate school pointing out to me that like these volumes of Saint Bonaventure, and they were able just Bonaventure's works, critical editions, and the reason it was okay to publish them was that they had little scholia swinging, kind of pushing, interpreting Bonaventure in a Thomistic direction. And I don't think that was healthy, and I think that probably helped to destroy Catholic philosophy and lead us to where we are now. So I agree with all of this, and yet at the same time there's a kind of legitimate pluralism within Catholic philosophy that has to be allowed. Yes. There's certain kinds of disagreement that are okay. Like the kinds of, the different views on objective precision.
Yes.
Right? Like there's certain views that are incompatible with Catholicism, but there's a multiplicity of views that are compatible, and it's important to allow all of them, it seems to me.
Yeah, I very much agree. Yes.
Thank you. I also agreed with many things that you said. There are two things that I wonder what you think about. One of them is specifically the handmaid notion. Do you think that maybe it's important for us philosophers to engage more with Catholic theology and be more intentional and more active about engaging with Catholic theology and sort of offering our services as handmaids?
Yes.
So that was one thing, and then the other thing is, if part of the crisis is bad philosophical ideas, whether those are in the minds of clerics or just in lay people, is some popular writing, blogs, and so on, important? Yes. Or is it optional?
I think one should examine what's his task. I think the answer must be just personal or very personal, because if you are called by God to write blogs, yes, then do so. Yeah, but it's not for everyone. Yeah? There are different abilities and different vocations, and I think one just needs to be responsive to what God asks from him. Yeah.
Thanks, Lukáš. That was really great. So given, and I agree, and given that there should be a diversity of Orthodox opinions within Catholic philosophical thought today, Christian philosophical thought, to what extent should we as Christian philosophers be engaged and correcting and arguing with each other? So like, should we be duking out Thomist, Scotist, Occamist, Plantinga style debates amongst ourselves as Christian philosophers? Or should we accept the pluralism, not engage with each other as much, and instead be looking at the Lewisians and the people who don't hold to hylomorphism in some sense and sound anthropology? How do we weigh those two options, outward versus inward engagement?
Yeah. Difficult question. Well, I think both things. I think the mutual discussion within our Catholic circles is very important, yeah, in order for us to get deeper into the problem. Yeah. But then also we need to be conversant with the rest of the world, so to speak. Yeah. So both, I think.
Thanks, Lukáš. This was great. I want to ask a question about how sort of universal you think the to-do list is that you've generated. So some of the things that jumped out at me were, so you explicitly mentioned Kant, and then among the sort of things to be responded to, you named idealism, and as part of the like how we got to this point, you explicitly talked about history, right? Man and history, which though you didn't say Hegel, sure sounds like Hegel. And so that, if all of that is right, then it makes me think that that maybe behind the to-do list is a sort of primary, not preoccupation, but occupation, right? Worry about the kind of movement of philosophy that came out of Kant and the Germans, right? I live with a lot of people who pride themselves on never having read that stuff, and for whom, so for example, like the idea that one would need to have solid arguments against idealism just sounds crazy, because only an insane person would be an idealist, right? Like now the thing that they think is much more plausible is just reductive materialism, right? So my question is this, like, do you think that if you're like where I am, surrounded by, mainstream kind of Anglophone analytics, do you think I'm going to come up with a different to-do list? Or like, if you go to the church, like Christian philosophers in Far East Asia, are they going to come up with a very different to-do list? So yeah, just how universal do you think what you've generated here is?
Okay. What seems to me, or what is important for Christian, for the Christian philosophy is metaphysics. Yeah, you need metaphysics as a basis for sound theology, and Kant was the one who just crossed over most of metaphysics. Yeah. And it seems to me that the current materialism, for example, is just a late effect or late result of this loss of faith that it's possible to answer important metaphysical questions by philosophical means. Yeah? That this entire metaphysical area just has been abandoned, and then what shall we do? Yeah, we go materialist or something else. Yeah. So it seems to me that we need to restore a sense for metaphysics, and then even with the materialists. And in order to vindicate metaphysics, we need to discuss Kant, I think.
Richard?
Yeah, that what I was going to say, connected with that, exactly what you are saying. We still need to read Kant if we think that Kant is incompatible with Christian philosophy, which is a thing that could be debated about. But look at the medievals. Yes, Aquinas combated Siger of Brabant, for instance. Yes, and Dante put him into paradise. And I think they were both right, because because it was an engagement with a serious attempt at doing philosophy, which from Aquinas' point of view went wrong, but from Dante's point of view was the serious and right intention. You understand? So, and a similar thing we should do with whatever we dislike in modern philosophy as incompatible with Christianity. We first of all have to figure out what is this actually what they're getting at, and where is the intention where we can pick up that opponent and find him a place in paradise.
Okay. Thank you.
I have also questions. You mentioned this as the problem of sex. You know, just the scholastics could contribute to that, and of course, it's a hot issue of our world, contemporary world. You know, this gender correctness, gender social constructs. You know, so could you expand on that? You know, so if I remember well, in Dente Essentia in Aquinas, you said that we don't have anything in scholasticism, you know, but there is an important passage, few sentences, on being in essence in Aquinas, where he says that just masculinity and femininity, if I remember well, are the proper attributes, propria, coming from the matter. They are not the part of the essence. And they are coming out of the essence, you know. So they are necessary social consequences. So it seems to me that it's highly relevant and it could be put in use in contemporary debates with gender theoreticians and philosophers. What do you think?
Well, I'm not prepared to discuss the metaphysics of sex here, but just the notion that the sex is a proper accident connected with the individuality or matter seems problematic because, well, you have two sexes and you have very many individuals, and the individual differences you need to keep the individual differences as not specific. They must not confer specific difference onto the individuals. So the question is, what in this or that individual difference makes it masculine or feminine? This seems to me unexplained in this theory, and this is the reason why I think it needs to be thought through anew. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's not a matter as a principle of individuations, or I think it's a matter, you know, in communi as the part, you know, of the essence of composite of material substances, you know. But we would have to look at the passage. But I think, you know, it might be used as a weapon against, you know, these feminists or theoreticians, gender theorists.
If we had a good theory, we could. Yeah.
Yeah, I also, just to build upon this, because, you know, so they sometimes seem to say, you know, that the sexes create sort of, you know, essences. So there are two species of humans, you know, one is man and the second is a woman. It is constructed socially, you know, and here it is not, you know, here, you know, the essence is something else. It's a rational animality, and this is something, you know, standing outside, you know. So just in dialogue with these people, with the theorists, we could say that we should focus on something else. Of course, apart from the importances of these differences and you know, social roles, these are important. But metaphysically speaking, you know, we are all human beings, you know. So this is something which is common to us, you know, and it would put this in a right hierarchy, because for these authors it stands at the very beginning, you know. There's the priority. If you are a man, so male or female, socially constructed, you know, and everything is derived from that. So we could assist in rearrangement of this hierarchy, putting, you know, just the very first place this metaphysical essence in which femininity and masculinity do not play any role. So I think it could be a contribution from scholastic, but it's only, you know, rough, fresh proposal. You know, so, and I think it is in the Essentia. So you would find it. So there is I was always struck by. But also on being an essence. The Essentia, I think. So in both.
Yeah, there is a little sentence.
There is, I think, sentence, you know, on this.
Too, yeah.
No, so. Okay. Sorry. As well. Okay.
Okay. I have no further comment because I just haven't thought it through. Yeah, so thanks for these suggestions, but I'm not prepared to comment on them just now.
You like to ask the question? So.
Hi. Or
Hello, thanks very much, Lukáš, for noticing me. And recognizing me. This is just a brief comment about the attitude of tackling these tasks ahead of us as Catholic philosophers. Perhaps we shouldn't be always up in arms, as it were. We shouldn't perhaps come to these discussions with the attitude of, oh, this could be used as a weapon. Daniel just used this phrase. Or should we do this out with Plantinga and others, or just amongst ourselves, the Thomists and Scotists, etc., etc. We do have this good old tradition, this traditional saying, actually, that in necessaris unitas, in dubiis libertas, et in omnibus caritas, right? And perhaps that is the attitude that we should address all these tasks that you very beautifully laid out in your talk, part of which I unfortunately have to miss because of some technical difficulties. But in any case, I think I catch your drift. So we definitely agree on some of these things, and in fact, most of these things. And I just want to share another little passage from, you know what, actually a nominalist. If it is the right one. Yes. So we should engage, I think, in dialectical disputations in the way in which these dialectical disputations were characterized by John Buridan. Dialectic, when applied in speculative matters or utilized in a speculative manner, is directed toward opinion. For both disputants aim at acquiring an opinion about the point of the discussion. They take contradictory stances, and each of them should produce probable arguments for his position if he has any. He should also solve his opponent's arguments if they also have probable solutions, and not in a litigious manner, just in order to win, but in order that both of them should assent in agreement with each other to the position that they have seen to have been supported in the disputation by more probable and less soluble arguments. And if they do otherwise, then they slip into a sophistic disputation, which often happens. And let me just read my addition to this. So the point is that the dialectical disputation is not a zero-sum game. It is all too often that we see the deterioration of such worthy discussions into petty quarrels. Indeed, we shall see it historically. Okay, this is to the other conference, that all these are for winning by vanquishing the opposing party. But the dialectical discussion is not for vanquishing one's opponent. It is a win-win encounter for both parties, from which both come away with the prize of deeper understanding. Okay, so I stop here. This was for the welcoming address for another conference that I just organized in Budapest. But I think it is quite appropriate also here.
Okay. Thank you for beautiful concluding words. Okay, and perhaps, I think the Mass is scheduled for 6 o'clock. I think it's no problem if we are a bit late, yeah, and I think we can just use some time for the last discussion. It's up to you. I think it would be worthwhile to reflect on that third day under Katarzyna's direction. And okay, So I suggest we follow without a break. Yeah.
Hi. I was asked by Lukáš to start this discussion and lead it a bit, but I've told my husband just yesterday that you are quite capable of creating your own questions, and I'm not sure how much of my help you will actually need. And Lukáš wished to take part in the discussion fully, so that's why I'm here now. I would like to direct your attention to the second group of our talks, to the talk of Stuart and of Lukáš, and stick with the handmaiden of theology topic for a bit. During the second half of 19th century, a lot of servants left the domestic service for the better jobs in the bursting factories. And many of the middle class, well-educated and well-behaved ladies suddenly found themselves without domestic help. And most of all, they missed their cooks. Suddenly those women unused to chores found themselves in the alien world of a kitchen without any notion of what to do. Philosophy, which used to be called the handmaiden of theology, might find nowadays itself in the very same position, although I see there a little bit of difference. It seems to me that during the 20th century, and very probably after the Vatican II, the theology herself wished to get rid of her handmaiden, while the handmaiden has struggled to stay in the house and serve her lady nonetheless. So, my first set of questions is about our contemporary relation between the theology and Christian philosophy. Lukáš mentioned the crisis of faith, the crisis of theology, and perhaps we should also speak about the crisis of philosophy or Christian philosophy in particular. Is not perhaps either of those two crises caused by the severed relations between these two, between philosophy and theology, or theology and Christian philosophy? Lukáš, I would like you to start.
Someone else.
Okay, sorry. So Lukáš was speaking a lot, so anyone of you has any ideas? Dan?
I have to say one word, I have to say it from my experience. There must be demand from the side of theologians, and if there is no demand from theologians for metaphysics, for philosophy, it is difficult to offer your services. And in the Czech, I don't know how it is here, Prokop, but in Budweis, so there is no demand for metaphysics. Okay, we are doing what we are doing, anyway, but it's just, we needed, the concept is substance, essence, relations, these categories, which are employed in dogmas, so please, just form your students before they come to us, in this way, and prepare them. I've never heard that, from theologians, because, systematic theology is not the main one, the pastoral, practical theology is the most important, This is only something, standing by side. So it's difficult. There has to be, reciprocal, relationships, and there is no such a here.
Yeah, this was a topic of discussion amongst some of the Christian graduate students at Notre Dame, and I think it's true that philosophy is the handmaiden of theology, but I think it is false that anyone who has in their job title philosopher is the handmaiden of anyone who has in their job title theologian. And because largely, as you were saying, Daniel, theologians have by and large abandoned their role to do what we would consider theology. It is up to us as people who have philosophy in our job title to be theologians in addition to being philosophers. And there's no reason we can't. Aquinas and Scotus and all the scholastics, of course, were both philosophers and theologians in some sense of defining these terms. And I don't think we need to think of ourselves as being merely handmaids. We can pick up the slack that the theologians have left behind and do real productive, we can be the queen. We can be the queen. And do the work that the theologians unfortunately aren't doing. Yeah, that's my thought.
Okay, so it's Michael, Father, Philip, and then there is Gyula and Robert. So.
To me?
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
I just want to say very briefly, I would say that over the past 25 years, things have gotten somewhat better. I think 25 years ago, I'll just pick one little example. If you were interested in scholastic theology, you were instantly branded as a kind of super wild, dangerous reactionary. And I'm not sure whether that's no longer the case or whether people have just accepted the fact that there are more super wild reactionaries out there. But there are, when I look at people 20 years younger than me, they're more likely to be working in scholastic theology than not that many people did it 20 or 25 years ago. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. There are a lot of problems with the intellectual culture of theology as a discipline. That's a sociological remark, not a theoretical remark. But I think things are slowly getting better.
Yeah, so this is just a sort of personal reflection in precisely this vein. So I had the opportunity while I was working with the Center for Philosophy of Religion at the University of Notre Dame to be the editor of, or one of the editors of the Journal of Analytic Theology. And that was a really interesting experience for me, kind of an experience of the intersection of the three themes of this conference and the three themes that have dominated Professor Sousedík's life and work, right? Because that journal exists because there are Christians, right? They're, predominantly this, Society for Christian Philosophers in the U.S. is Protestant, not Catholic. But that journal exists because there are Christians who seriously want to do rigorous thought about their faith, who have looked at the sociologically conditioned state of contemporary academic theology and thought, well, that doesn't help. So what do we do? And they turned to, because predominantly most of these thinkers were Protestants, right? They didn't have the tradition of second scholasticism and first scholasticism and scholasticism in general, right? So they looked to a tradition of philosophical thought that could serve that role of a handmaid well, right? Could make good soup, right? And get dinner on the table in time, right? And so they, this is kind of to Gyula's point, right? Like there is a non-adversarial relation there, right? And I think, we as Catholics can happily and ironically plug into that project. And so I just want to sort of emphasize that that philosophy can be the handmaid of theology as we practice it without requiring us to make the philosophy that we do be the handmaid of the academic philosophy that might be practiced right now in certain departments, right? There's a much richer life of the practice of theology and the practice of philosophy than what's constrained to kind of the sociology of academic departments today.
Okay, Gyula, you were first, so you can give us your comment, or did you not? Oh, okay, so it's Robert.
I just gave my thumbs up. Sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, thank you. It's nice to see you, Katarina. I remember your thesis, and very well done. But
Thank you,
I just wanted to mention about the handmade model. Can you hear me? Or am I frozen? No? I think it's a bad reception.
Everything's all right, Robert. You can go on.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. There's the Handmaid model, but there's also the model put forward by John Paul II in Fides et Ratio, that faith and reason are like two wings by which the human spirit ascends towards truth. So rather, there should be mutual enrichment. And so there's a philosophical way of approaching God, and there's also the theological way, which occurs within scripture, tradition, and the magisterium in Catholic thought. But I think it's wonderful that at the seminary where I teach, the students must have 2 years of philosophy, those who are seminarians, before they could study theology, so that there would be a common language that, now, of course, they have to, I sometimes have to get back to these terms, what is person, what is nature in teaching Christology, but some background in philosophy is so much helpful, so very helpful in understanding theology. That's it.
So I think I have to choose few of the questions. There is one from Professor Sousedík, but I would like to postpone that one a little bit. Do you think what are the relations, or what should be the relations of Christian philosophers with non-Christian philosophers? And do you think that in contemporary philosophy there are some, let's say, lethal tendencies? Maybe it's a too strong a word, but some currents in the non-Christian, modern, postmodern philosophy that are so much far away that they are incompatible with Christian philosophy, and or can even do it harm. Anyone? Okay.
I think that philosophers and or theologians who are primarily engaged in a political project having to do with, woke ideology, I'm not sure how much engagement with these people will be fruitful or helpful.
What do you mean by political project?
I mean that many of these people don't see the main goal of their theorizing to be some kind of pursuit of the truth, but rather to be bringing about certain practical ends.
Okay. Any other ideas? Okay, so far, Philip.
Yeah, so just real quick, this might be sort of overly ironic, but I can't help but think of, the passage from Aristotle where he says that we should be grateful to even the thinkers who got things deeply and in some sense even perniciously or dangerously wrong, right? Because, I think it depends a lot on what you take to be the engagement in play in the question, because I take it that even just the recognition of the error of maybe sort of a misguided idea of philosophy or the error of a particular thesis, again, it need not be rejected combatively, right? We can recognize it as an error and be grateful for the fact that that a wrong path has been revealed and we don't need to take it, right? So I think in that sense, in that very broad sense, engagement with all philosophical traditions is both possible and necessary.
Okay, very nice. David Svoboda wished to tell us something. No. Just showing up. Okay. Okay, sorry. Yes, Professor Brun.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, in answer to what Andreas said, there is also a lot of prejudices of non-Christian philosophers about the Christian philosophers. Just an anecdote: when I was teaching in Hungary, the wife of the Lutheran pastor of the of Budapest community approached me and said, so you, before you start classes, you submit your manuscript to the bishop? And I said, of course not. And by the way, this semester I'm teaching Spinoza. So in this case, I probably disabused this pious lady of the prejudices against Catholic philosophy.
Okay, thank you. We've got some last 5 minutes, so now it's time for Professor Sousedík's question. It seems that should the proclaiming of the gospel and or the apologetics be successful, there should be some non-theological prerequisite of the Christian teaching, and he asked us what it is. Yes, what is, or is there any non-theological prerequisite of the Christian teaching? And if so, what it is? Think quickly, 5 minutes. Okay, so Robert, it's your turn.
I would just say it's confidence in human reason to pursue the truth. That's what I would say. The confidence in human reason to pursue the truth.
Okay, Father Philip.
And I think, I mean, this probably goes without saying, but for the kerygma to be successfully received, grace is the prerequisite, right? And there's nothing that's more effective for the giving of grace than prayer, right? So I think for all of us, as insofar as we conceive of ourselves as Christian philosophers whose teaching is a form of preaching and proclamation of the gospel for the salvation of souls, then we do, in a von Balthasarian head nod, we need to get down on our knees.
Okay, and I think that with that quote we can end. Or Jula? Okay, so Jula, your turn.
My mic, okay. I just unmuted my mic. So would it be too impertinent to answer with just the Beatles? It is love, love, love. Sorry. That was the first thought that occurred to me. Sorry.
Okay, and with that, it's time to end. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Kateřina, and thank you all for your participation. Let me say a few concluding words. This conference was meant as kind of a spiritual gift to Professor Sousedík, and after discussing it among the organizers and also some others, we got the idea that it would be nice if that spiritual gift could also materialize in a sort of matter, if we could publish some proceedings from this meeting. So if you are not against it, then I suggest that we do so. We will discuss about the possibilities, perhaps as a special issue of Studia Neo-Aristotelica. I think that would be very fitting. So if you would agree, I will email you or David, and we shall discuss the opportunities also. So this is one thing. Another, thank you all. It was really, for me, really enriching 3 days, and thank you also for that feeling of community and friendship. It was present here. I feel adapted to all of you. And now a few practical things.
Wait, first, can we thank Lukáš and David for organizing this?
Now we should move to the church to perhaps add a little bit more to the spiritual gift and thank to God both for Professor Sousedík's long and fruitful life and also for this undertaking, which was in my eyes so successful. And so we will meet, I think, in 5 minutes downstairs and walk up to the church. Another point, tomorrow's walk. I haven't, well, there are no names on the sheet, so I think we can discuss it as we walk up. So please, anyone who has some opinion on which of the alternatives you should choose, please talk to me, and
You should also email.
Yeah. I will put it on the website. Yeah. So it will be on the website, and I will try to email it also, so everyone knows where and when we meet, and so. Okay, Prokop, is there anything I have forgotten? Okay, so. Sorry. Yeah. So there's one thing I forgot. Professor Sousedík was mostly unable to be present personally, but he followed us often online, and I have messages that he's really pleased and glad about all that conference, and so I think that our gift has been well accepted, well received. So thank you for making all that possible. Okay.
He wants to arrive to the church.
Yeah. Perhaps we shall meet him there. Okay, so.